Bleep the hat. I was gonna... YouTube doesn't do that anymore. That's right. I forgot. I'm pretty sure the great, you can't swear within the first 15 minutes of your video debate is over, right? I'm pretty sure that's a thing in the past. So yeah, fuck the hat. First 7 seconds, was that what it was? Yeah, I don't think that's a thing anymore. If it is a thing, I haven't been hit with it in a hot minute. Alright, anyway. What? Good start. Good start. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going back to jail! Hey, Gamma. Oof. Last time, the fucking, primordial ooze water is going to eat everything. We were able to just narrowly push it back with the power of Nuviet being a Chad. And we learned, that, Furina, besides being a stubborn brat who almost didn't come home, is, even more useless than we thought, at least seemingly. Because she almost got her ass murked by Arlecchino, to the point that, her and, most of the rest of the internet is convinced that Nuviet's the real Archon, but... So the France and Genshin is the subject of the plot of Flushed Away? Sure. Sure. Worst case scenario, these VODs aren't going to be big sellers anyhow. Fusion, that implies that any of my videos are big sellers. Like, comment, subscribe, so I can eat a burger or whatever. Some time has passed since the incident in the Fortress of Meripede. Pretend that you haven't left the jail.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
You got a burger, Fusion? Very pog. On today's episode, pulled a shit show. You pulled an all-nighter for 2 exams, realized they were the wrong subjects, got hit with stress, put you into narcolepsy, woke up late for the concert. Good God. Luckily, it hadn't started yet. Passing this year just got harder. You could have almost been kicked out of one of your favorite activities. But your BF came to see the concert, so you're somewhat Aww. God damn, sub. I'm sorry you have to... I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Jesus. Glad it at least ended on a somewhat positive note, but dear God. Oof. Yeah, school's no bueno. It can be incredibly, incredibly stressful. Especially when stuff like that happens. BT... I meant to say, just, I'm attempt, as always, I like to show off the new characters when I get them, but, if Furina's, in kind of a short supply of these lilies, I'm pretty sure I got every single one on the map, and it still was only enough to get her this far, so, unless somebody wants to let me raid their world, she's kind of stuck. Yeah, Charlotte too, actually, I need to find more of these things. No characters were using these. These items have been in the game since Fontaine first dropped, but nobody was using them, so I kind of figured that they just weren't going to be used for any kind of character level ups. So I didn't bother collecting them. If I'd known... Fiona gives a new meaning to the phrase bubble butt, it's just her coattails. She just got some big-ass poofy coattails. Also, she can do this. Ain't that something? It's neat. For the record, I don't think I ever even explained it on stream, but Fontaine characters have a gimmick where, like, on top of their element, they have, like, light energy and dark energy, and it can give it can be a bonus for it gets you bonus damage against certain enemy types and can be used for puzzles. And Furina's gimmick is that she can do both. Normally a Fontaine character is either light or dark. She can be either or. I think I kind of like the color balance of the white better. Posing makes you stronger? Sure. In her case, sure. But yeah, it's a pretty cool gimmick. Also, Charlotte, for full disclosure, I had not looked at a single demo, like demo or gameplay footage of either of these characters, so I had no idea how either of them worked. But especially not Charlotte. Look at her basic attack. Her basic attack is just her using her camera to deal damage. I think that's awesome. That's such a cute idea. April O'Neil moment, right? You heard this character is Stupe, ace defective. Yep. No thoughts, head empty. So empty you can see right through it.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What do you mean that was just a band-aid?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
I'm happy for you, Murloc. I am very, very firmly not on that train. I am literally boycotting Atlas over how not on that train I am. I hate everything about what they're doing right now. Please respect my right to pretend it doesn't exist, because it just makes me depressed. You can party, you can celebrate, you can do whatever you want, just, like, don't expect me to acknowledge it. People are free to talk about it in the Discord or whatever. People were doing that earlier, but just, I want nothing to do with it. I will play my shitty portable version and I will like it.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last
Do I want to be
incident,
told if they
there
go
really
full
were a problem, there
FF7R?
would be
No.
crowds of inmates in a panic
Again,
right
I
now.
literally don't care.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
The
I
two curious
believe
hanging out together,
today
that's
is
cool.
this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Still kicking over your name, whore Nestle, or whatever the fuck his name is. They pronounce it Risley. I have no idea how accurate that is. I think when you looked it up for us, Sub, you said it's supposed to be like Risley, but they're pretty consistent about it being Risley. And unlike Nuviet, I'm pretty sure, I don't think it's like blatantly incorrect, but whatever.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
For what it's worth, I'm pretty sure they pronounce this girl correct. Sijuin?
That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
I love being in jail. Wait.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be more of a V than a W. I forget which it is with her. But they got the siege part right, which is more credit than I expect from them at this point.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
Do you want to spend $100 for the Oneric shards to build up warps for Welt Phoenix? If you have the money and want Welt that bad, and there's no characters coming to the standard banner, the limited banners that you want anytime soon, you do what you want. I didn't spend any real money to do it, but like, because I wasn't that excited for, because I hadn't been excited for anything in a while, like I did the same thing. Like I popped a bunch of my shards on the standard banner to get Bronya because I was sick of waiting for Bronya. But yeah, I would personally, like, if you want to drop, my personal stance on it, if you want to throw some gems you already have on her, if you want to throw gems you already have, then go for it. Like, if there's nothing on the limited banners you want, and you're just getting bored, and want your new character, you want your guaranteed wealth or whatever, then I see no issue with it. But to the point of spending real money explicitly for it, I don't know about that. But it's up to you.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side.
Yeah,
I
it's
see.
interesting. That's interesting.
After being down
That like
here
W
for so
is just
long,
like
I
two
imagine you
V's
must
in
feel like
in
you're
France or
lacking
whatever.
Companionship. Shall I come along too?
I misread that as no. That's okay. We're never visiting again. AKA the exact opposite.
Yeah, don't
We'll
worry.
be back.
We'll come back to see you.
You'll be playable eventually.
Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our
By
best
the way,
to
I'm
stay
here.
out of trouble.
Ignore me.
Well,
Sorry.
it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervulette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
They said something correctly. Hey! They pronounced a two-syllable word correctly. Excellent. Anything else to say, you two?
If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so understanding. It means a lot. It's been some time since I've gone to the surface. I must say that I've started to miss it a little.
Fuck it, you're doing it, Phoenix. Yeah, like I said, I ain't gonna judge. As long as you ain't like I trust you to manage your own finances. I know you've got a steady job as far as I know and all that. And I know you really, really want your welt. So. Yeah, like I said, if I hadn't already done that with Bronya, I definitely would be this upcoming patch because, like I said, just I am not feeling Ho-Oh or Argenti. That might change when we actually see them in story, but even if it does, Topaz emptied me out.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Paimon?
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervulette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
I think it's just the fact that they're in a big empty lobby, and so there was a slight echo. But did anybody else think Paimon sounded like she was getting sent through a blender just now? like she almost sounded like her voice was pitched higher than usual. And there was like kind of this weird like buzzing to it. Am I crazy, or did anyone else hear that?
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full
No,
here.
there's no
You
log.
can see yourselves in.
That would be a quality of life improvement, and Genshin can't have those. Any quality of life improvements go to
Seems
Star
a lot
Rail
has been
instead.
happening.
Are we being watched? Also French furries, yes, that's a thing. Oh, that's a... Oh, no. I thought that was a scene transition.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but
It
you'll
kinda
have
was,
to
but you
wait
know what
for
I mean.
just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. if you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
You want to hit 300 so you can grab another Clara? Is her C1 that good? I'm not aware.
That's all right. We just ate.
Not
Very
in the
well,
know
then.
on that one.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Nah, we broke out.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred
I
in
think
any
people want to
ordinary
join
waters,
other worlds to
but
get
rather
Furina
something
mats
like the
again.
primordial sea.
Been getting a
whale
lot of
of
this
that
today.
size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
I was gonna say, like, how the fuck is he alive? But that's right. Yeah, he's not from here, so he'll be fine.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
You watched today's episode with P4G. Oh god, you're watching the P4G anime? Or no. Or I don't know. I hopefully you mean playing the game. He didn't see Naoto as a girl on the literal first interaction like almost everyone else did. Really? That's cool. It's cool that someone was actually surprised by that because most people call it immediately. He is on Adachi's trail though. And Teddy, he believes that the fox at the shrine is a kid that metamorphs. He's silly and you're sharing. That's awesome. Okay, yeah. Sorry, you said episode, and so I got scared for a second there. Yeah, the P4G anime is pretty dire, but that's awesome.
Oh, right. Paimon
Glad
got
you guys
the
are still
clue.
enjoying it. Glad
We
you're having
asked the
fun.
Duke, and he said it wasn't from underwater,
Very
so
cool.
we figured you might know something about it.
Always nice to see people who aren't
It
jaded
turns
by all
out
the
that I've
spoilers
just
about that
received a
game.
report about this particular matter.
Having fresh theories.
In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
There are two P4s anime.
After the
P4
shaking
animes,
stopped,
yes.
the water levels in the Poisson area
It's
rose
fine.
at
The
an
second one is
alarming
awful.
rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about all the people there?
The P4G anime has exactly one redeeming element, and it's that it has a couple of scenes with Adachi that are the closest I've ever come to actually liking the character, and the song Yin Yang that plays during the fight with him. It's real fucking good. Look that shit up right now if you haven't already.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected
Yin Yang
with the leaking
fucks,
primordial
it's so
seawater,
good.
then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Poisson.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yes, we do!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans
I did not
for the
expect
surrounding
us to get
coastal
thrown back
areas to
into the
avoid
action this
potential
quick. Gotta be real.
catastrophes.
I kinda dig it.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Neo, that is a mod for the PC version of P4G. I have it installed. I literally actually already have it installed for when I play through that eventually.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
There's a town called Fish in the Water based town. You will not live for this. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry they doing this to your culture.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Alright, where is that exactly? Very far away. Well, not very, but... Underwater? Huh. Have I been here? I have the waypoint, so I assume I've been here.
Oh no. What happened here?
All the buildings are in pretty rough shape now. I don't know what this place looked like before. No one's around. Were they all dissolved? Let's not
Navia
jump to
should be around
conclusions.
here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Hyma means we need to check on her.
We went here with Navia. For suspects? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I remember. I remember.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just
boy.
stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oof.
My Desiree.
Oof.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
No offense, guy, but, I don't know. I think it's a bit... Well!
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on.
Oh, it's recycled. The one time I feel bad enough to an NPC to talk to them more than I had to. It's repeated dialogue.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there.
Hey girl, what the fuck
Navia,
happened?
are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Oof.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Demoiselle!
I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
I think they said...
right. You'll be in
they
charge.
didn't say it correctly, did they?
I'm sorry.
No, Sub, I
Where were we?
highly appreciate your Genshin commentary going
the
through this area. It's been an
situation in
absolute delight.
Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise.
Why are you suddenly so much
First,
quieter,
everyone thought that
Navia?
something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd.
There we go.
Almost like the unique
What was
color of
that?
primordial seawater.
It's like they
Some
made her
people
voice quieter
didn't
because the
realize
camera
danger
was
and
further
thought it
away
was
from
just
her.
ordinary water leaking from somewhere.
Y'all heard that,
Everyone
right?
on the street who happened to
That
be
was
close to
fucking
the water
weird.
didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
Oh.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Why do I feel way, way worse about this happening to these people than I ever felt for fucking Tepe?
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Just swim, bozos. They can't sub. The whole gimmick with this water that's doing this shit is it's fucking primordial ooze water, and any human from this country that makes contact with it disappears into it and gets fucking absorbed into the hive mind.
The water that flooded the area
It's
contained
fucked up.
primordial seawater, so the lower levels of poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
Sounds like the original Little Mermaid story.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help
sub would be
evacuate the
dissolved.
residents. We still
Yeah, I
haven't
don't think it's a
completed the
matter
head
of
count,
being
but
able to swim.
we'll have some numbers
It's
soon.
a matter of the water will eat me.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
I mean, I wouldn't say nowhere. Like, I know a couple of months or whatever have passed in game since the thing almost burst in the prison. But nonetheless, it's not like it's as far as we know, it's not like anything's been done since then.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that
You'll be
everything
part of
that
the
just
water.
happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
You can, I'll help out, man. I feel bad.
Thank you for being
I
so
do.
willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
I actually give a shit
You
about
don't
this
know how
country.
much it
These people
means
haven't
to me.
wasted my time.
I really can't
And Navia
express
said, and
how
I like
grateful
Navia.
I am.
We're still missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are Malice and Silver?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'm going to assume they got absorbed trying to protect her.
I'll be right there.
I think they might be moist.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I get it.
Thank you.
Can we loot the body? There's no bodies left. At least I assume. Like, I assume that, I don't know. Maybe there are some people who are just dead, which is fucked up. You avoid getting absorbed, only to die a different way. But anybody who got absorbed, there ain't gonna be nothing left. There's still Navia's father! No!
Not a lot of people here, huh?
in the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
It's okay to cry. Don't be like a... Oh, yep. I'm pretty sure Navi as a character has demonstrated a wider spectrum of emotions than pretty much anybody else, despite being in the game for like the shortest amount of time compared to some other people.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Read the room, Paimon! These are both very, very... Navia, stop being so good. I ain't gonna be able to afford you now.
Everyone
because
agreed
Fiorina
on
was
the
a
rescue
brat.
plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
You should shut up!
For so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed.
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
Everyone ends up here
like they
sooner
could
or
make
later,
some kind of memorial,
no matter who
but that's about it.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
And even with that, like even if they have somewhere to like go and grieve or whatever, like some kind of monument to them, like keep in mind we've seen what happens to these people once they get absorbed. It's not exactly a restful death. Like, these people's consciousness still somehow exists to an extent in the primordial ooze. Like, we saw that with the goddamn serial killer's victims. This is fucked up.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing
How
this
long did
up
she know
all
them?
of a
I believe
sudden?
they were like her bodyguards since
Seriously.
childhood, yeah.
All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
No,
I
you
always
don't.
thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne,
These,
Hassan, as well as Malus and Silver.
Sorry to ruin the moment. Sub, how many of those names were anywhere remotely close to being correct? I'm gonna say 2. That's a small village, literally 5 minutes away from your hometown. Excellent.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your
Genshin doxed
words.
you.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh no!
The knave? What are you doing here?
Red flag! Red flag! Also, yeah, would have been a nice, could have actually been a decent moment for Paimon if not for the shrill. Who wants a frappuccino?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so
What
quickly.
is her endgame?
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case. So
Like,
it was
she
nothing.
seems like she's
That
being
said,
overall pretty
I must
genuine
say
about
that you're
wanting
a lot
to
sharper than you let on.
save the place,
I'm sure
save
you understand what I
the
mean.
country.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you
But also, literally
previously.
everybody has described
We've
her
never
as
worked
being
with a
completely
Fatui
batshit
before,
insane.
And it's extremely important for us to know who we're
And
working
she is
with.
potentially gaslighting
My
her orphans that
subordinates
she
have
takes
reported
in.
that Fatui soldiers have been observing
she tried to
water
kill
levels
Furina.
and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Might be the biggest walking red flag you'd
Without
be
your
lying if you
help,
didn't say you'll
there would
parade
have
that
been
flag.
many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
I won't judge.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Her design
I
is
only
nice,
wish that
and
my
I
people could
appreciate
have
the fact that
arrived
she
a little
wears
earlier
pants.
to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
Are pants that much of a
Women did
rarity?
become heroes.
For women in Genshin,
You're
yes.
right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Signals for what?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
No, we don't need to. I mean,
So
maybe for her
that's
plan.
why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
Maybe because she's
I
planning
wanted
things
to
we
take the
need to,
children
Taria.
along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny
But in
told
terms of
me
quality
that
or
outside
whatever,
of
we're
the
in pretty good
house,
shape.
the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Haha, your kids like me better than you. You sure that's okay?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could
She's
fetch a
totally
high
not bitter
price.
about that.
But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
I have no idea what her angle is, you and me both.
Excuse me.
Family.
May I
Family.
tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Heck yeah.
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for
I was
myself.
gonna say, not even just that.
I need something,
You gotta keep your mind off it.
To keep
you
my
can't
mind
wallow
off
like
Malus
that, you'll
and
kill
Silver.
yourself. She needs the company.
Since
This will be
you put
good
it
for her.
that way,
Hey,
I have no
Balin.
objections. What do you say, traveler?
Let's go.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Your little brother has finished Berserk. How'd that work out for you? Oh, this is a new area. Yeah, I haven't explored over on this side yet. I hope that nothing would be. I would hope that nothing would be locked behind world exploration or world quest or whatever. She's a Dewey Harbinger. She has demon hands. Any info we have on her outside of the main Archon quest says she's a sicko, and yet every time she's on screen, she seems pleasant, like excessively pleasant. Exactly. It's terrifying. The only sus thing she's done on screen is try to kill Fiorina.
Whoa, talk about old.
Risley being in the party's visual
They
flashback,
seem
you
to
look
be
to the right of the
pretty
screen and feel like a
ancient, all right.
vampire biting into a loaf of garlic bread.
Just be careful.
Oh, is Twitch doing Genshin drops again? Cool. I should probably have my own stream on in the background then. And do that real quick. Yeah, and she gave up on that when she realized how pathetic Fiorina was. Exactly. Yeah, like I'm baffled in a good way. I have no idea what her plan is. Ooh, we got a domain. Can I do this with this party? I don't know. She's Jinkaria, but a female and good. You got well, Phoenix. A nice, nice. Again, my girls are very underleveled still. So much as I would love to show them off, I think we gotta be at least a little smarter about this. Let's see. I think we can manage if I just swap out Charlotte and get somebody I know will be more helpful. 2 hours for 30 primos. God, how generous.
You want me on your team?
You should be fine. Usually, as long as you have Benny, you're fine. Doesn't want to kill Fiorina if she's gonna make it easy. She was expecting a challenge, maybe. Yeah. And again, it's refreshing. It's refreshing. Actually, I cannot stress how refreshing it is not knowing where the story is going. Like, so much of Genshin's plot has been very paint by numbers and predictable. Fontaine has had genuine mysteries. It's had actually likable characters. It just actually successfully made me feel sorry for NPCs dying. Way more than fucking Tepe ever did. This region has just been very, very well handled. Also, sorry, Bailey, I think I missed your comment. First of all, while Griffith was being rescued, he kept saying everyone's totally gonna die. You think he was under the impression that Midland was gonna kill them all except for Guts? Oh. Yeah. Would have been slightly less traumatizing.
Let's begin.
Shower me with praise!
The tides beckon.
Yeah, no, like, the more time passes, the funnier the Tepe thing is. Just how nothing that entire plot point was. No one-time chests. Fucking watching you, game. Posture check, you got it. Oof. Good job, Paimon. Could have pointed that out sooner. Good job. They're off. Fuck. Is there gonna be any way to get back up there? There's totally not. There's totally not. It's a domain. Oh, wait. There's a thing. There's a thing. Bruh. There it is.
Settle down.
I love her. I hate that she was so obnoxious coming home, but I love her. She's so fucking theatrical. She's such a thespian. It's great. Quick question you want to do. Any of the characters control that special seawater? Because it would be immensely funny to imagine the Fontaine people crying for mercy at not being stuck in water purgatory for being with Village Hill 3 Village Hill things. Nah, as far as we know. Nuviat seems to have, like, some kind of... he wasn't controlling it when he stopped it from flooding out of the prison, right? Like, that was not him controlling it somehow. Like, he did something else. He pushed it back with his own water powers or whatever, right?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should get back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Isn't Frappuccino from here too? Isn't that like the whole reason she wants to save the place? Like she's originally from here?
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
It's just that you're Geo, and Geo's in a really bad spot right now. It needs fixing. Unless you're going to be the one to fix it when you come out next patch.
No,
please
you're right.
fix it.
I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
I love you. I love your design. I'm gonna try to get you if I can save up the primos back up after what Furita did to me. But please, please, please make Geo great again. There might not be a way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way
you
left
thought Ito
is
fixed
forward.
it? No. I mean, when it comes to Geo, Ito is the best DPS in my opinion. Like you'd be hard pressed to do better than him. Like if you're going to run a Geo character, then if you're going to use Geo, then that is the way to do it. Is to use Ito and use an all Geo team with like him, Zhongli, and Goro. But like elemental reactions are this game's bread and butter. Elemental reactions are so busted, and Geo can't do them. So their overall DPS is always gonna be like not bad. You can absolutely beat the game with it. You can clear harder content with it, but like it is their numbers are laughable next to elemental reaction based teams.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here.
I was gonna say it'd be really dumb to just leave her halfway in. Like I get the concern, but come on.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right.
Make Geo
Cowardice
great
for now,
again.
then, but please be careful.
Zhongli for president. Instructions unclear. Geo is now somehow worse after her release.
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Well. I don't know what she's talking about climbing over. Oh, okay. Duh. Forgive me. This wasn't that. It kind of blended in with the background. And typically these domains don't let you climb. Outside of ladders, but again, it wasn't a very visible ladder. Once the sacrifice started, the one that hit him hardest was Pippin. I can understand that. Like, Pippin wasn't a major character. Like, I mean, he had a name, and he had a name compared to everybody else, so he had more than a lot of the other miscellaneous people. But like, you think about the fact that he was like the one who who forced Guts to hang out with everybody at that victory party for the first time. Gave him the alcohol or whatever. And he's like, I'd say that's significant. He literally yelled no out loud, God.
There's something wrong with this bridge.
Oh God, watch it! Oh! Nalia! Was that the traveler yelling? Did we yell? Bruh! That's regular water, right? That's the regular water, not the primordial shit, right? Ain't no way. She's gonna be playable next patch. They can't do that. This ain't Honkai Impact.
Demoiselle.
What?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Did she actually get absorbed? Or is this some occurrence in Owl Creek bullshit?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Yeah, current rumor mill says Frappuccino is going to be playable at some point.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Yeah, unless she pulls a Locha.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes
He was hoping all the
force
name
is
people would
required
somehow
to
come back. God.
calm someone down and get them to
Poor
listen
boy.
to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
What? No.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have
Ignore
important
me!
things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Had to respond to the thing.
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly...
I was gonna say,
about
speaking of the eclipse,
I even know some of these people.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen.
These are all the
these
are all the names of people who got absorbed.
And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Alright. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Bruh.
In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us.
Bruh.
We are inseparable.
Bruh.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Gooble gobble, gooble gobble?
What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Bruh.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
You can't
Her
express how
actions
much you
cannot
don't
serve as
like
proof
this.
that
You
she
would be
identifies
both.
herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual,
She's
extending
guilty
her hand to help others.
of being adorable.
Please do not
She's just
mistake
so
her
gosh darn
actions
pretty.
as
Look at
being
her. Look at
otherwise.
that design.
Really?
Mwah.
As an individual, you say?
Chef's kiss.
Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here.
Inappropriate.
This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Kill
Everything
the
is
ocean!
measured here in the nation of
Kill
Hydro.
it!
And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice?
I don't think it counts as a cult. Like, this is the ooze.
You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still
This
has a
is what
chance
fucking
to
happens when you
exist
get
as an
absorbed.
individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
This is just clown theater, but good. Shh, don't point that out.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is
Can he
prohibited
do
in
that?
the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now!
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Just for the record, thank God it was him showing up. Yeah, because I was prepared to get mad. I was prepared to get mad because that was incredibly fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but like if she had just been, if she had just like been able to get out and like pull herself out with like the power of will or whatever, I would have been like, oh come on. Like I know they were just NPCs, but like really, nobody else who's gotten absorbed over the years wanted it bad enough. Only her. But no, it's literally only because Neuvillette got here in time. Good God.
It looks like you're all right.
On that note, keep in mind, something similar probably happened to every single person who's ever been absorbed into this shit. Have fun, kids!
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
Paimon, you're my nightmare.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment.
Oh no, also her
perhaps even a
butler's
fraction
willpower
of a
broke through or
second.
whatever.
But they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Oh.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue
Her
you
VA
before your
sounds familiar.
consciousness dissipated.
I don't believe I've heard her anything else. I think she's a relative newcomer, but I don't know.
Like what happened with Vache?
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Yeah, that checks too.
I always
can't be mad
told
about that.
them
We know that
they didn't
they
have to protect me.
if their will is strong enough, they can peek through a
To
little
think
bit.
that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Imagine establishing concepts early on and then using them in a significant way again later.
Are you okay?
Crazy.
Oh, I am quite
Look at this
all
game
right.
having actual writing.
Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the
You sound
type
like you
to
just
talk
had
when
Olive
there's
Garden.
nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
He's still learning, okay?
I suppose so.
Siege Fiend says hi, by the way.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here. No, she's not!
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Ooh, very cool Impmon card. Hell yeah.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Nuviet can't actually swim. He just turns the water into a conveyor belt of sorts, and everyone believes him. He's not swimming. He's manipulating the water around him in a way so that it appears that he's swimming. Relic Shadowfell, thank you for the follow.
Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
That was very loud for me for whatever reason. Was that alert louder than usual? Or did it sound normal to y'all? Did that blow out anyone's eardrums or just mine? Please join us, Judge Daddy. Always, always, always.
Let's light it up!
Sounded normal? Okay.
Let my name echo in song!
It's spooky, but no eardrum busting. Okay.
This could get a little chilly.
Just my output being weird again. No worries. No, I forgot. I was like, what the fuck is following me? I forgot about her little guys.
Oh no, another unstable path.
Oh, come on!
Watch your step.
Yeah. Oh, Achita's weird. Is that with anyone in Honkai? I was kind of curious about that because, like, some stuff about her does almost feel like she's supposed to be some kind of, like, twisted version of Raven. Or Natasha, I guess, whatever you want to call her. But, like, I don't think she's actually supposed to be. She just has a lot of, like, weirdly, vaguely similar elements to her backstory.
There are rocks falling over here!
Bow your head.
Do not hit the daddy. Bruh. When in doubt, Kamehameha. Yeah.
Adventure time!
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Very unique little segment right there. I kind of dig it. Everything falling apart as you keep going.
Everybody stand back!
A moment, please. Let the mighty be humbled.
Time to shine! Strike a pose!
Ah! I got my shortcuts mixed up. I was trying to switch off her and I'm not doing it. Should not have had her in the first slot. She is not a main DPS. At least not at C0.
I'm going in!
I usually put my main DPS in the top slot.
Have a safe trip. Let's begin.
But this team is, this team is all over the place anyway. It's trying to use whoever to show off the characters. Kind of thought there'd be more to that. I suppose that's where this comes in. Oh. Hey! Thanks for saving me the trouble of doing my commissions today. Oh shoot, I should have waited until I had Charlotte in the party. Fuck. She missed out. Oh well. She'll catch up.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Uh-oh.
Could we take them down and have a look?
I don't think I don't see that one on the
Perhaps we should
right.
just leave them be for now.
Excuse me.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
It's the Poneglyphs! Oh no!
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
It's the Sky Islands!
Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall
And
into
there's
the
an
water?
underground prison, an underwater prison?
Is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they
fucking
all in the
watching you.
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
NL
The
confirmed.
people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
That is what it portrays.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
I washed it.
Ooh, the Paimon's
Nothing
getting
helped.
chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Issue is the order, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Second image is quite concerning.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
I mean, that was my first thought, gotta be honest.
Gee,
That one doesn't look like her.
I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Can't examine them further or nothing. I'm poopy. Yeah, no, I didn't even know if they thought that we were supposed to. I didn't even realize we were supposed to think that that was Furina. Like, very, very clearly not her. Unlike Nahida and what's her face, Rokudavana. Not a whole lot of resemblance there.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
It's a date! Tee-hee, tee-hee!
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
Night-night, Subby, you have a good one. I will give Navia a hug for you.
She has long been harboring
Assuming she
secrets.
comes home in a
Will
month
not
whenever
give them
her
up
patch
easily,
which
makes it all
happens.
the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be careful.
Also, Monado, sorry, I think I
considering
was
my
distracted by
words
everything going on, but you're I
Traveler,
agreed.
Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
This quest is on the exact opposite end of the spectrum in terms of the characters playing roles in
I'll
the
be
story.
on my way then.
Compared to, fucking, Space China and Inazuma.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Uh-oh.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
Sumeru was okay in that regard, yeah.
Ooh, desserts.
Yeah, just because there was some... The only, like, really dire spots with Sumeru was the, were certain aspects of... What the fuck?!
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Wife, why are you here? Excuse me?
It's you two.
That's
what
random.
Are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing here in Fontaine? C7 Mona jump scare! Oh, God. Lady what? Where? Why would I call her that, bruh?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
I know she's a contributor for Charlotte's magazine or whatever, but I thought that was something they did via, like, Telegram or whatever. I didn't think she had any reason to actually visit.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly,
Oops.
if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine?
Would I leave the stream if I heard an ice cream
Magistus
truck?
doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt
Probably
surname.
not. I've got ice cream in the fridge.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
So becoming a master astrologist is like becoming the Pope?
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes.
This is
My
a very...
surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
This is a very weird, random time to bring this up.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
That's why it's almost like it was stupid for us to call you that.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Who's your master's name, by the way?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Bruh. That's not a name, that's a satanic summoning ritual.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
Mom squint. Robin. She's a boomer, don't be mean.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Why are we... What is... Like, not that this isn't interesting, but why is this here? What the fuck is this shit gonna have to do with the main plot?
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right?
Geet score?
That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Bruh.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Let's not talk about Paimon. I'm cool.
Terrible.
You're terrible.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Does that count? Actually, now I think about it, what are the logistics of this? Like, what counts as being a Fontaine native? Like, if both of your parents are like Fontaine, like, what's the chain of succession? Like, if both of your parents are, but you just happen to be born when they're on vacation or something, does that count?
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
I assume it's just wherever you're born.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange.
Just don't give birth in France. Problem solved.
There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
What? It's not like there's an evil satanic hive mind in there and also possibly some bullshit abyss magic happening.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
Don't
Just
boink
tell
to
us
the
what you think as an astrologist.
You
Your
can
words go a
boink.
long way to make things more certain and less
You can
scary.
conceive. You just
What
can't
I can
actually
tell you
give
is
birth.
that I'm an astrologist.
I think.
And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine.
Hey, Fiorina, what's the condition to be
Even that of
Fontaine?
all to us.
Sorry, my dear guest.
Ascertaining
I have
this
an
is
important
akin
meeting to attend
reading
to.
the fortune of the whole
Toodaloo.
world. I'm afraid that this is not
She wouldn't
something that just anyone can do. If I
She
could do
don't
it, you would
know.
no longer call me an astrologist, but a
Does
visionary.
it start a consumption? That's what I'm asking.
But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
You can make babies here, but if you actually want to have them, you gotta leave.
A visionary?
You gotta go to
Sounds
Europe
really
next
powerful
door.
and all, but does such a person really
France is
exist?
in Europe. I'm dumb. Do I think Farida knows how reproduction works? Probably not.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Can you tell me if Alicia is Klee's mom or not? I need to know. I need to know if Alicia exists in this world in some form.
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the
I
commotion
forgot how
was about.
terrible her censored
If there's
outfit
anything
is,
you
dear
need,
God.
Do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
What a nightmare.
Whoops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two
Friendly
again.
reminder that Mona's censored outfit is actually technically showing
And there
more
she goes,
skin
quick
than
as
her
rushing
uncensored
water.
one.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Try to keep it down next time, you dink.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Game, stop making me give her positive reinforcement. She doesn't deserve it.
That's more like it.
All we need is Scaramouche. We can form the Hat Brigade. Mona, Navia, Scaramouche, and Purina. Yo. Once Navia's out, I'm totally gonna make that a party at some point.
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
What's with these tiny fucking hats? Oh, this is ridiculous. It's gonna be all the way up on the surface. We can skip that. Change my party, get Charlotte back in there. Attempt to show her off despite being horribly
Let's
underleveled.
get this interview started.
Yeah, I just can't risk it with domains because you can't switch midway through those usually.
You're here, finally.
Uh-oh.
Is something
He's been waiting for us.
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Uh-oh. Why do I get the feeling this isn't over? Which kind of cupcakes to get?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Uh-oh.
You mean... they're all...
Uh-oh.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning
She's
or
just quirky. This is
suspecting me.
not.
You're the eunuch,
This
but
is
you're
not like
still
that girl
my
from Ditsy Ball the other
subordinate.
day.
You should be following
This
my
is
lead.
not her trying to be quirky for the sake of being
Me,
quirky.
Your Archon, and do
I
as
don't know
say.
why she's like
Never
this,
mind
but like
whether you can truly
there's
convince
very
yourself
very
to or
very
not,
clearly a lot going
it'll
on
all
here.
turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not
Arlecchino is
discuss
more
this
Jinkaria
matter
than
again.
her. Because she is very clearly,
The opera's about to start.
in part, using the sad clown tactic. Jinkaria would never do the sad clown tactic. He's too smart for that.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Something ain't right there. I would know. I'm a
I
sad
assume
clown
you've
too.
been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. A
I'll tell you
state of
what, man,
affairs that we
that
cannot
girl ain't
allow to
right.
continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I have no idea. Like, it's very clear that she does... she's doing something. She clearly actually does care about her people. She's clearly got some kind of concoction brewing about how to fix the situation. I just have no idea. I could not even begin to speculate on, like, the mechanics of what the hell she's actually doing. And why it has to be so hush-hush, and why it requires her to legally be a clown for her people. Other than maybe just purely for the distraction. Don't think about don't think about the fact that you're going to drown everyone! Look at me, I'm so silly! Look at my hat! Look at my tiny hat! Tee-hee, tee-hee!
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed
Look
that
at
she
the
is hiding
keys!
some
Jiggling
secrets.
keys!
The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
I think that might be a bad idea.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she
I think if she's that dedicated to keeping it secret, it's being kept secret for a reason.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious.
It entirely
so
depends on
we
the
must
validity of
take
that
a
reason.
chance
No,
on
I know. But, like, again, like, I have no idea. I have literally no earthly clue, like, what she's actually, one, even doing, and two, like, what having to keep it secret would come into play. Like, did she... I don't know. Did she make some kind of fucking deal with, like, Abyss agents, and that's where the fucking giant whale comes in or some shit? I don't know. She killed a man in 1907. I'm checking my posture. Nuviet. What if we had a plan?
But who will
I don't know how to make that sound effect, but what if we had one? I think I know who to call. Ghostbusters!
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Ramina, you want to actually be involved in the plot?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Okay, bye.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Oh my fucking god.
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
What are
well,
we
then,
doing?
I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
The world's most awkward tea party.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Really?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase.
Oh,
our friend
Nuviet's the
here,
worst
the
at this,
traveler, has brought
absolutely.
us together to discuss something.
Again, still learning to human.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression,
I maintain
really.
that this might
One
be
that I
a
just
bad
learned from
idea.
Cloland and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Clap, clap, clap.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
I lied. Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Stop flirting!
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh, you.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Are you telling us to shoot Furina with a fucking bow and arrow?
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Okay, so we have to do that, but with cupcakes.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Your lamp just flickered. Power might go out or some freezing rain. Ugh. Either way, no bueno.
You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Yeah, no, I'm in no way complaining or deriding these characters for doing this. I'm sorry if it came across that way. Cause, like, no. Like, they're not gonna have any idea either. Like, they have no other option, but, like, me, an outside observer, thinking about how this goes plot-wise, I'm thinking about the fact that there could be consequences for this. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the proactivity, especially because, good God, imagine slowly but surely establishing a set of supporting characters, or main characters, whatever you want to call these people, playable characters since it's a game. Imagine slowly but surely establishing all these people, and then bringing them back into the picture to formulate a plan to further progress the plot. Imagine doing that instead of just talking to random NPCs for 5 hours. Fucking crazy!
Though that was their name.
Again, imagine having actual writing.
Animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique
Again, I
methodology
think One
of hunting
Piece
in
is
their
doing
wake.
that. It's just that it's
A
doing it on
trap
such a massive
comprises of the
scale and
following
taking
components:
so long to get
bait,
there.
a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Like, I know that there will come a time. There will come a time at the end of the show when they fight whoever the hell the final boss ends up being. And they're gonna summon a whole ass army, Gandalf the Grey, Gandalf the White, yada yada. Fucking giant mermaid and her goddamn army of sea kings. They're gonna stroll up with all that shit, and it's gonna be epic and keto, and I'm gonna be there for it, but like, dear God. It's like, we already have the mermaid. Like, do we really need anything else? It's gonna take them a while. They're gonna need other stuff.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Cupcakes.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Oh, the
With
Akira
discretion,
Ishida guy?
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'd probably use
Yeah,
some
who
sort
knows
of
if that
mechanical
character's
ammo.
actually cool,
Papa
but
once
hey.
bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract
Yeah,
others of their kind.
we gotta get him.
I remember that you liked those too.
I'm
didn't
sure,
you?
I was
did.
told at one point that we may or
And that
may
would be a
not
good way to
end
go
up with
about
an
it.
entire fleet
If
at
they're
some
realistic
point.
enough, animals of the same kind will follow them
Or
all
maybe
the
that's
way
all
to
it's
the
gonna
trap.
be.
What about you, Monsieur
Maybe we're
Neuvillette?
further ahead than I'm thinking, like the mermaid or whatever
I
will
do
be
not
part
have
of the
any
fleet.
related experience.
Who knows?
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do
You
have
know for a
one more
fact
question
Blackbeard
for you,
or
monsieur.
Akainu?
If we were to create a trap now, how would you
I don't
design
know.
it?
Like I said,
I would like
There's-
for it to be
there's-
effective,
there's a lot of
but
cleanup.
bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment
Luffy
device and the
commanding an
type
army
of
of
implement
fishmen.
we need.
Ayo, Buggy.
If we
It's
wanted
gonna be
to kill
Buggy.
the prey in one strike,
It's
we would
totally
need a
gonna be
powerful
Buggy.
implement.
Let's be honest here.
However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
I guess.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know why we're discussing this, talking about hunting god like we're hunting a goddamn animal. Am I gonna have to do like the detective bullshit to decipher the plan? No. Okay, thank God. Alright, let's see. I've beaten up a couple gods before, it'll be fine. That girl ain't right. I was thinking more about the fact that Furina is once again seemingly like effectively completely hopeless.
Add Astra.
Seemingly at this point
Thank
has
you
like
for
no actual defenses whatsoever. Alright, don't mind me, I stopped out there because I think I'm gonna take a quick break actually. Before we go back down below. I am out of sip, and that will simply not do. Oh, God, yeah, I'm sorry to keep harping on it, but again, just dear God, I don't know. I don't know how like they break up the writing. I don't know if this is a different writer that's hasn't worked on it. I don't know who wrote this. I don't know who wrote all the Fontaine stuff. For all I know, it could be multiple different people trading out. But just dear fucking God, please, please keep whoever is doing this on. And also let them write all of Hoyo's other games. Because Jesus Christ. This shit's fucking good. This shit is real good. We'll be right back. Y'all behave. Ugh. Thank you, Secret. Screw letting the song finish. I can call for rain anytime. You can only play through Genshin Impact Quest once, for some reason. I mean, I could make a second account, but why would I do that at this point? It's too late. We've come too far now. We can't go back. Alrighty. Get back in the water!
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
This meeting sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Uh-oh.
Then what's that?
Tea!
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Oh.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Your brother's not really sure if he wants to see the future for Berserk, because since the others won't be there. Oh yeah, no, like I said, completely understandable. Like, there's no good, like, even if there was a good continuation, or even if he was okay with reading the manga, like, Also, yeah, totally Moto's mentor, yes. Like, it's definitely, there's definitely a shift afterwards, after the Golden Age arc.
Have you forgotten me already?
And a lot of the new characters are, at least in my opinion, not necessarily as strong as a lot of the Hawks were.
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh! Okay. Oh yeah, they didn't, that's right, they did imply that before. That's right.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
The one I thought for sure that it was going to be the Fontaine Archon Fiorina, whatever you want to call her. But yeah, the broken cup bullshit, yeah. No, that wasn't necessarily her fault. I don't know why she was being so coy about that.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. I was gonna say, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not Mona's master then. That's a different one. Weird. What is the prophecy cooking?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Maybe? Fate.
So you've
fucking
caught
Berserk.
on.
You don't care what the character's like in Guts' party now, as long as they aren't making his life worse. That's probably fair.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
That's what I'm thinking, man. Besides Puck. I personally find Puck annoying, but like even he's like that's for me the audience. I wouldn't say he's actively making Guts' life worse. No worse than it already is.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I think she's getting at what I was getting at, which is like maybe like Verena's helping in her own special way somehow, and we just can't perceive it. Unironically, far too complex for us to understand.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
And that's apparently all we get.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
She heard you somehow anyway.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Jesus.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine.
And how many stories we have to mention this sentence with becoming a god slayer?
Kind of feels
yes.
like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it. You can show up and do your astrology thing in the game as much as you want, so long as it means you leave me alone on banners.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
I ain't climbing back up. Who's it gonna be? We're on a roll.
Huh?
We're on a roll of hanging out with actual characters.
What's going on?
Also, I see a CD. Please try and teleport me after the scene is done. Please let me get that.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report, a blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Or at least she did a good job. It's okay so long as you do a good job. Oh boy.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh my god. I thought something spooky was gonna happen. I don't know, there weren't that many people around. It was weirdly quiet. I was like, It was
so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
Fucking get it.
One slice of cake, please.
Rip.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Of course
That's
he
right.
did.
Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Ignore me!
Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
You can't let stuff like that run your life,
It's the same
man.
for eating in
You just can't.
general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Why the fuck is this Melusine one of the smartest characters ever?
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said
Aw.
that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are sad and
Are they ever going to
easily,
explain
yes,
why
and you can
Sijuin
only
looks,
lift their
you know,
spirits by
significantly
feeding
more
them
humanoid than
delicious
all the other
food.
ones?
So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Maybe when her banner comes out, maybe.
Than last time, and the flavor gets even better with the sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
I mean, we won't be going to Natlan for at least a year, Paimon. We can come back whenever we feel like it.
Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now.
talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And
Got
then
some
you know
very
what I'd do?
optimistic people
Well, I'd write
living in
that story,
France, gotta
send
tell
it for
ya.
printing, and use messenger pigeons
Like,
to get
I
copies out to the
agree.
various nations as soon as possible.
Like, that's
I'm
always
not a
been my
dreamer, Nor
mindset.
am I a workaholic.
If the
But
worst
I
were
do
to
love my
happen.
job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I would throw you in the ocean and go spend time with my boyfriend alone!
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose. Like Charlotte said, only try to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
I'll just keep on trucking, man.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what
All
we've
I'm
always
allowed
been doing?
to do. Stop talking about how happy and fun everyone was having. We got the interview, we hung out with Navia. Stop it. You're setting us up, I can tell.
Grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede.
Did he tell you that he wanted to arrest us, or was that a pleasant surprise for you later?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
What happened?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond,
what a
others
weird
started to join
juxtaposition.
in.
Have a sequence establishing that, generally speaking, people here are pretty optimistic even with the prophecy and are just kind of going about their lives. Only to be like, by the way, the next day, fucking Furina got assaulted because people are getting anxious. Not saying that's a bad choice or anything, but just like, why?
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh boy.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due
Mixed
to the
crowds? Yeah,
prophecy.
no. Like, obviously,
I
it was never
agree.
going to be like a unanimous
People
opinion. It's
naturally
just
rely
kind of
on
silly.
gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to
Ruh-roh.
search for her, but we don't
Hey,
have any
Stu.
leads yet. That said, I don't
You
think
you
there's
missed
much
some
to worry
shit,
about.
let me tell
She
ya.
is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
About that. What she said, not what Stu's asking. Our friend Navia, if you remember, if you remember her at all, the girl with the blonde hair, she almost got absorbed into the water hive mind. It was a really fucked up and disturbing sequence, actually. And she only got saved because Nuviet got there in time and was able to yoink her out. And then Nuviet proceeded to have a little bit of a falling out with Furina about trying to get this prophecy shit under control. And she was not being very cooperative, so we were planning to trap her in some way to try to force information out of her. But now she's missing. I'm sure this won't end badly.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
So lesbians got it? Sure.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Can we please
And,
find her
as
and
we
try to
also
at least
know,
have
she may
at
be
least try to
loud
have a
and
real
dramatic,
conversation
but
with
she
her to get
doesn't have a
information
heart
that
of
way?
stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool,
I
huh?
hate you, Paimon.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Paimon, I hate you, and I hate the fact that the game keeps forcing me to give you validation.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Furina! I have cupcakes! Furina!
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shut face.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Bruh.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
You want a hug?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Screams and runs away because Paimon's here.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Honey.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Honey, you
Farina,
don't have to do that.
You were crying just now, weren't you?
I ain't even from here.
stains on
You
your
don't
face
have to
are
do that in front of me.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
You can stop now. Seriously.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Insert people who would do anything but go to
Quick,
therapy
after her.
here. Good God. You're telling me.
Farina, those people
I'm not
after
crying.
you.
Shut up. No one said you're. Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Purina, please, you can take the clown mask off. I promise, I'm just like you. I understand. You can take the wig off, Purina. Purina!
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
Runs faster. Paimon, please stop talking for me. You're gonna make it worse. Hey, Minato. We didn't actually enact any plan yet. We just kind of went around town, going about menial stuff, talked to some people about how they feel about the situation. Meanwhile, a riot broke out while Fiorina was at a show, and they started shitting on her and chasing her down, calling for her to do something about the prophecy. And so we're trying.
What is this place?
When we found her, she was alone and crying, and then when she realized, the second she realized someone was watching her, she put the wig back on.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place isn't soundproof, dear. You can take the wig off. Please have a normal conversation with me.
You're right.
It's okay.
That's a good girl.
Shut up, Paimon.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well,
Bruh.
there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
If it's happening in the same
Yeah.
place, why the fuck are
I
people
hope
even
you're
still
right.
here? I hope they're
But
talking
the
about it
people
happening
of
somewhere
Brazil,
else.
They've already...
Be real. Be real with me. Thank you, please.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep
want
the
a
coastline
McFlurry?
from advancing.
I'm gonna go
But
get your
all
McFlurry.
my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You still ain't giving up, though. That's the whole
Give
reason you're
up.
still doing the sad clown thing.
I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But if you stop being the sad clown and just admit you can't do anything, people get sad.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Stop!
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest
Shut
just
the
now.
fuck up, Paimon! Purina, honey, you're not alone. We have actual characters in this region willing to help. You just gotta take off the wig.
Share my burden. That's impossible.
Give me your
It was
hat.
fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Yeah, but I'm not from here. I don't count. I'm not a real people. I'm one of them their descenders or whatever.
A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the
Eh?
stars, yes. In other words, you
She's picking up what
never
I'm putting down.
belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Madra, please Paimon with Sanji, dear God, no. Pre-rendered? Ah, fuck! Oh, come on! What? What? Oh, we're
Ladies
dicks.
and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Oh, we're colossal dicks. This was the trap. Oh, this is dumb. Not because of his magic trick or anything, but this is so dumb. She was ready to talk to us because we were talking one-on-one. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, we're awful people.
Now, without further
Bruh!
ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Bruh!
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice. The embodiment of justice itself.
Chingari is a bad person.
Doesn't that strike you as even
We
the
were
least
having
bit
a real
absurd
moment.
to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Bruh!
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
She can't fucking do anything.
What the heck is going on?
We should all know
I
that
just
at
see
this
an Archon
point.
surrender to a human?
Oh, this is awful.
How utterly humiliating.
Bruh.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Like, once again, I don't know why she's doing this. I have no idea why this clown plan was necessary. I have no idea why this was her only option, but it clearly was. She clearly ain't happy, and she's clearly trying her best. This just feels mean, dragging around in front of everyone like this. When we probably could have actually gotten the actual information finally, just by pointing out that, hey, I'm not from this country, I'm not even from this planet. You can tell me what's going on.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the
This
raising
feels
of
dirty.
both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon!
Who suffered more than Nahida or Farina?
Now begin!
Nahida was literally locked up in a cell and not even allowed to go outside.
Now we're making history.
Other than like through a spectral form or whatever.
Just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I can't believe she fell back into the part she's been playing for God knows how long of a performer when we literally forced her onto a stage in front of a bunch of people. Fucking crazy, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
I guess that's me.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Yeah, almost like we should have yanked the chain on the plan. Oh man, it still turned out like this. Like, yeah, because we went ahead with this fucking bully ass plot instead of just fucking trying to talk to
allow
her
me to ask
like a normal
every
human
final
being.
question before the trial begins.
Shit, man.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that
Oh,
day.
please don't spend an hour explaining how we set this up. He's a magician. I get it. I can figure it out. I promise.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house
He's
was
still
a magic
shocked when you hear
box,
Poisson
rather than
because
someone's
they always
residence.
pronounce it that way.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used
They
when
always
I first
French it up
performed at the
hardcore
opera
on that
epic
name for
class,
some reason.
The volume of the box was increased by a whole order
The
of
same way they do with
magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Yeah, sorry we're dicks.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
This was easier than just talking to her.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage,
My
and
God.
made sure that the champion
I
duelist would
hate
be
fiction
immediately
sometimes.
ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
I
Am
hate
I right?
that so
Yes, that is
rarely often
correct.
can people at least try to talk about their problems
Cloran,
first.
I must commend you for
Then
your
resorting
courage.
to Jin Karia core
Only the
plots.
most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss.
Misunderstandings
before
afoot.
revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
5 minutes, yeah, for 5 minutes misunderstandings, but not necessarily misunderstandings, just the fact that, like, I thought we were finally gonna have a real conversation with her, and that seemed to be the better route because we were, like, having a moment with her, and instead this turned out to be part of our trap to literally parade her around on trial publicly for the information instead of just getting it one-on-one first and then seeing if it's worth other people knowing or not. Apparently this is wrong. What, did I not know that was the plan or something?
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. Like we did? And like she was going to before the house came down? Game. Game, come the fuck on. We hope— She took too long. Even though she was very clearly going to, she took too long, and that's why we did this. I repeat. I'm sorry, we're assholes. We are colossal fucking assholes.
So? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
We are firmly in the wrong on this one. What was like if she had been faster, what were we gonna do? How would we have signaled that she told us? Would we have called off the magic show since you already had a fucking audience waiting here? Come on. I'm stretching the frustration out. Ugh. Can't believe Furiona's main launcher Smasher is gonna play 2 as Zeke. Yeah, I don't get it.
It's fine.
I stopped watching Chugga's playthrough.
What's done is done.
Also, congrats to the actor strike finally being over. This isn't a deal breaker. This isn't a deal breaker, especially because I do want to know her reason. Like, if her reason is something stupid, then hey, props to her. She deserves to be bullied. But I don't think it is. Like, she's too sincere the few moments we've seen of her being sincere. Like, I think she's genuinely trying her best.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience.
Yeah, like, I'm thinking about that. What would they have done?
Let's see this trial through to the very end.
If she had messed up, like, what would they have done? Like, okay, people, go home. Or would they have still expected her to confess it in front of literally everyone right away? Like, yeah. Only thing we could do now is judge. I can't let me bothered by that conversation earlier. What she did want to say. Yeah, no, yeah, you should feel bad. Thank you.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
You should feel bad. God.
This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Lep Hymancy. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Magic Kid does kind of look like a Genkaria child.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
We're playing Ass Attorney again.
Confirm the information then. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
No.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
I appreciate Charlotte's narration, though. Never mind, this is fine.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the
still
orange
missing.
Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
I just remembered, we're so hung up on this. We're so hung up on trying to figure out what the fucking situation with Fiorina, like, not having powers is. Fucking child's still missing. He's still in the primordial water. There's a fucking giant whale there. We're getting sidetracked.
But the Tui Harbinger, she's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Didn't this part start with some gang trying to push drugs? No?
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Yep, no. And fucking Frappuccino still has not done anything sus.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Yeah, the start of Fontaine. I'm not sure what you mean by the start of this part. Like, if you mean the entirety of Fontaine or what. But yeah, like, the Fontaine saga started with Linny being framed for murder.
Oh, come on, nervy lads. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Wasn't that some sort of crime organization? My memory's getting fuzzy. What was the deal with Linny? I know this. I remember the serial killer stuff, but what was the deal with the guy who set up Linny? Was that like a drug peddling thing? I can't remember. The reason I can't remember is because like that was a very minor part. Like, if that was a separate organization, then that was a very, very minor element that has not mattered in quite a while. The synth stuff, yeah, that's right.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course.
What is her crime?
It is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
I can talk!
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Okay.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Stop encouraging the fucking Nuvia's for real Archon rumors, Gabe!
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her
Ignorance,
very
not identity fraud, yeah. I don't know if we have a case on that. Or, like I said, like I speculated a lot about like what the hell could be her deal, or like why she's like this, why she has no powers or whatever. And once again, the only thing I could think of that even remotely made sense was the was like the body double thing, like with Raiden, but I don't think they do that again, or like some kind of Virgil DMC5 bullshit, where like she literally split herself in two.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Bury the lie deep within!
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Fucking child on a milk carton, thank you for that.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
Excellent.
If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That's the part I'm trying to figure out. That's why the whole split, well, I don't know. What do we know to be special about her exactly? The fact that my boyfriend was convicted, yes. That's not a that's not a thing why she's special. That's a point against her. Because even yeah. Yeah, like she yeah. And then again, I don't know. None of these are relevant, game. None of these would explain how she lived so long. I don't know what we're trying to prove here. None of these really fit with the way they're phrasing it, but whatever.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
Can I go back to
Second of
talking?
all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Can I go back to talking instead of Paimon, please? So we can actually treat this with any kind of gravitas that it deserves.
Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as
Please?
to use a harbinger's words against me.
Well, it's not an invalid theory.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Did she make a fucking deal with a demon? To, like, become human? Or neutralize her powers? In exchange for saving it, and the demon's not following through? What is happening? What is cooking? I don't... And again, like that's the biggest thing. Like, if she is just something else, like, entirely, like, how did she get in this position? Like, at some point, there was an actual successor to the first Hydro Archon, and, like, she had to have been involved somehow.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Like, she has too much information. She has to have somehow gotten to be in the know.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
That trial proved the opposite. She has no control over it. There we go. Now my boyfriend being convicted is relevant.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Paimon, please, God, stop talking.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
I activate my trap card, my disaster boyfriend in jail.
Lady Farina, I believe
Except
a
he's not even
reminder
in jail
of your
anymore.
current circumstances is in order.
He's with his whale.
While the court is in session, The principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
We can put that aside for now. I feel like we can't, because we still have really glossed over what the fuck that goddamn thing even is. How did you make it? Hey, Farina, do a handstand.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Make a little bubble. Make a little bubble. Does a dab and cries
Aren't you the
with her head
Hydro
turned away
Archon?
from the audience.
Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium!
Honey. Is that like unobtainium?
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Again, the single
If
biggest
you
issue I'm
have
having
no
with this.
Evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Can't prove she isn't. We can try and prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human, alright, let's shoot her in the head, right between the eyes. We're dumb. The whale! How is the whale going to come into play? I have no idea, based on that phrasing. I don't feel like any of these have anything to do with that. Game. Ace Attorney, this is not. Alright, I'm gonna think about this the way that other one was phrased, because that other one was very misleading with the way they phrased it. The question is, what evidence can prove that Farina is a human? The answer is none of these, but if you change the question to be phrased differently, like a better designed Ace Attorney game would probably do, then let's not prove that Farina's human, but maybe prove that somebody else could be the Archon. Let's go along with the conspiracy theorist narrative and say that, oh, Nuviet's a cool guy who has, like, ultra control over water. Maybe he's the real Archon.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon
Nope.
doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build
Even
our
though the
case.
strikes are over, it's looking at the stage. And animation unit guilds are gonna strike. Yep, pretty much. Alright, thank you for not making that a huge rigmarole thing. Yeah, no penalty, thank God. But again, I'm just gonna try everything then, because none of these seem relevant.
That doesn't... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Oh, this is really
Since
dumb
you
logic.
insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Are we gonna hit her
Though you
with the
act in
fucking
partnership
water?
with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry,
Like,
Mr.
who's to
Chief
say an
Justice.
Archon would necessarily be
I swear
immune
this
from
really
it?
will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn.
Yeah,
Now,
right? This is some
I
witch
brought
burning
some seawater
shit.
from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not
This
long
is
ago,
incredibly dumb.
taking many lives.
Like, I know, like, first assumption would be like, oh, well, yeah, the primordial water deserves everybody from Fontaine, but surely a god would be immune to it. Like, if they're still the god of Fontaine, I don't know, man.
Including those of some of my closest friends.
I was talking earlier, like, we don't even know for sure, like, what constitutes being from Fontaine. Like, if your parents were born and raised there and you're conceived there, but they happen to be on vacation when you're actually born, does that count or doesn't it?
So, Miss Farina,
like,
would you dare to touch some of the seawater?
I feel dirty.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro
Weakness to
Archon,
her just feels
touching the
incredibly
seawater would have
dirty, and
no
I'm not a
effect on
fan.
you. All it should do is strengthen your case.
Like, what proof do you have of that? I would like to see your case study. I would like to see your case study that says that, oh yeah, Hydro Archons are totally immune to this stuff.
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
I know the prophecy said only she'd survive, but, like, that doesn't necessarily mean it's because she was the only person. I don't know.
Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She wasn't sure.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
She wasn't sure. Okay, no, so I'm right, like... She's definitely, like, let's assume in some capacity there is some kind of quote-unquote real one. She's not just some rando that got picked off the street and is, like, masquerading as her. Like, she had to have been, one, she had to have been scouted in the first place somehow. It's not like Nuviet's the other one in the really high authority, and he wasn't around back then, because he never knew the previous one or whatever. Like, she had to have gotten into power through some kind of valid means. You can't just plop someone in front and say, like, oh yeah, this is the Archon now. Deal with it. So, like, in some fashion, there was some kind of real one. She has genuine connections to it in some way. But she was nonetheless not quite sure if it wouldn't work on her or not.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really, was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you are present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Is her hand gonna be, like, turn into goop or something?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
You looked at her for 2 seconds. We trust your judgment.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that...
Oh my god.
She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Brah.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely she becomes a villain? Who, Farina? I mean, I probably would after being treated like this by people. If I didn't just kill myself outright.
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Hell, she's doing better than I would. If I were in whatever kind of situation she's in, someone pulled this shit on me, I probably would have just dueled with Clorend and let her murk me. Fuck this.
I can't believe... you...
You get to know the consequences. This is too unlike how she usually acts unless it's actually more important to her to keep up the facade than to save her own life. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock! No fucking duh. I can't believe somebody would act like such an obvious clown like this without some kind of greater purpose. Hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago? No, she said she wanted to. Like, she's clearly at her wit's end, but that didn't mean she actually wanted to.
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone!
This is clearly a desperate person.
Disdainful looks.
Come
what
on,
happened
people.
just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
That's what I was saying. Thank you.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Gods can't cry. Guilty.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Yeah, that's about how it feels.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is
not guilty. Uh-huh.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Uh-huh.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Ah, fuck. Then why the surprise? What were you expecting to be wrong?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty. To be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
Yo, man! If you are fake, we didn't want to kill you. We just wanted to humiliate you and cancel you and effectively make it so that you could never have a normal life ever again. That's all. That's better than execution.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
This is why cancel culture is a problem, everyone.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina, 14th of the Fatui Harbingers.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
It's almost like this was a silly idea.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Thank you, clunky exposition bird.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence
Also that
overly
phrasing.
excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Is he finally going to actually do something to contribute to the main plot?
Is the
At
trial
this
still
point?
going?
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Oh, he had a part in your
Any
dumb
mission Father assigns to
entrapment
me
plan.
will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
How in the fuck?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
It's not too late for you to be a real character.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Previous Hydro Archon releasing her power and turning Oceanids into humans? Is that what it's going for?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
Paimon, stop talking.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
The fishman got turned
Didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. people dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
What exactly are we trying to prove right now? Like, there's no association thing. It's just talking about things. Oh, okay, I get it. Alright. It shows people turning into oceanids.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Uh-huh. Also, we talk. Stone slates describe prophecy, history of the future. The second slate shows Celestia floating in the sky. It's all the stuff she said already.
That doesn't sound quite right.
I have a whole lot to work with on this one. I was just thinking people being judged guilty even if they didn't do anything wrong.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. I was just thinking that would be the last one.
Mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
There's the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oop. What's the exact phrasing? I didn't know describing the prophecy. See, Archon alone on our throne. Okay. I can't. Don't mind me keep picking that one. That seems horribly irrelevant to everything. It's just a general something fate, something the will of causality. But like I have to, it's gonna come into play eventually. But then again, this is also weird. But oh, I thought we were talking more about his judgment, not him specifically. That one.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Yeah, I have no idea why they're saying it like that. Oceanid, yeah. I never paid enough attention before we reached Fontaine to know if it was, like, I always assumed it was Oceanid because, you know, it's spelled identically to the way ocean would be. But I don't know. They've changed pronunciations randomly before. Remember that time Kaya called Albedo? Crazy.
The prophecy's
Crazy
contents
stuff.
can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Yo, new Avengers. MCU is back. Eula also calls him that. Have they still not fixed that? That's insane.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
You're all fish people! You're all great big phonies!
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third, I still think they're mixed up.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy
Episode
had been
title of a
fulfilled
water
in the
Bible.
first slate?
Writing it down.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share
Don't be
this
a
truth
dick,
not only
Paimon.
with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well.
So stop existing,
I will try to
Paimon.
briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard
I
a
mean,
single
not
thing.
I mean, not you specifically. Your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were, or whatever. What are the heavenly principles? The heavenly principle is Kiana.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really
Like the
might be
evil
too much
Kiana from the start of the
information
game.
for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What the fuck does the third one mean, then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm following now. So
Every so often,
what
you get
you're
a Genshin
saying
ad talking
is,
about
even though we
Danes explaining
decided
the
to
fall of
put on
Conria,
this
which is
trial
destroyed by
to
the gods.
avoid fulfilling the prophecy.
Would that include the heavenly principles? We don't know. We know very, very little about actually what went down in Conria, other than that our sibling and Dane were involved.
In truth, everything we've done
Fuck, Archetypes,
has
you didn't
happened
get either girl.
exactly as
Oh,
the prophecy
Pump,
foretold.
no!
So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Oh, I'm so sorry you didn't get Moo Moo or Evil Woman. God damn it, I'm sorry, dude.
What should we do?
You spent over 150 summons? Are you shitting me? Good God. Holy shit, I have no right to complain about my luck. It took me over 200 rolls, but at least I got both of them. Jesus Christ, I am so sorry.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Paimon, it's literally happening right now. She's been stuck in that pose for 10 minutes while we've been talking about all this other crap.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
By all means.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Is this your first time seeing Nuviet, Pump? This is Judge Daddy. Twirl's hair. He is the dragon. You know how like each region on top of having the Archon has like a dragon deity? he's the one for Fontaine. Although most people don't know that he's just a cool judge man. It's supposed to be a secret or something.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, That eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Bruh.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The whale! Is he playable? Yes. Yeah, he's been out for a while. And then Child comes in
This
with
eruption
the
is just
whale!
a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Alright. The fact that oceans can survive... Yeah. They can survive in primary seawater, proof of their origin. Oh, am I... I get it, because we misinterpreted it. We have to do this one again. Okay, I get it. Alright.
It was both dream and reality.
Hey guys, what's up? I brought whales!
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Why did it, like, call out the child? Is it because it's his sign or whatever? Or is it literally fucking because of... No, backwards. Is it just because it's his sign, or is it because of the abyss bullshit? Because he got, like, trapped in there when he was a kid or whatever? Oh, that's probably why it still judged him as guilty. Because, like, it could sense the abyss taint on him still or whatever. Like, he's fucking corrupted because of that shit. That's what the foul legacy form is. Yeah! Dimension whale! I love that it barged in the second. What was he listening? Was it like, oh shit, they're on to me? Oh shit. I thought it was significantly bigger than that. We're getting off easy, quite frankly. Yeah! Yeah! He's doing the thing again! His boss theme's playing! And now this form becomes playable. Oh, that's fucking raw. It's like, I'm going down here. You know what to do.
Too close. That thing just burst into the opera house. Wait, was that the huge whale you
Hey,
saw in your
babe, love the
dream?
new look. Would that form be playable? It were if this were Honkai 3rd or Star Rail. This is Genshin, so probably not.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here.
They don't even know.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Bruh.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
We're gonna... Like, obviously they're connected, but, like, we're getting distracted from two, like, still somewhat distinct plot points.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids,
I don't want to place the whale, I want Kamen Rider Child.
Seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That's why I'm going in
That
there.
is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
I'm fighting right now.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Where's the blue girl, Fiorina Pump? We were dumb bullies and humiliated her and proved that she wasn't the real Archon in front of a live studio audience, and now she's in a despair coma up in the Raptors.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy,
It's been 500 years.
the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
They can't do that again. They already did that with Raiden.
It is too late.
She's not the real Archon. She has water powers. I mean, she has water powers in her playable version right now. But, like, in the context of the actual story at this moment, like, she doesn't. She almost got murdered. She can't do anything.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Did Furina's quest, so your conclusion is you need Paimon deleted? Yes.
Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
We're going to space.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit.
Karibo finished 5. Excellent.
We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
No matter what!
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Ajax, talk to me.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be
Oh,
fulfilled.
no, I'm just thinking about the
You may view
witch
such
lady.
things as the history of the future.
You can't change your destiny.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
Didn't that much
Could
have a few
things be happening
Kusaka
in
faces?
hidden
Well, yeah, because people
corners
kept
where the
spoiling
god's
stuff for him.
gaze does not fall?
I don't blame. Like, as much as I would have loved to have heard deeper thoughts from him, like it was a serious problem. Like I read some of the replies because people are facetious assholes who think they're being more subtle than they actually are.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future.
Oop, shit. Sorry, ma'am, I thought you were done. I looked away. You paused too long. Even if the prophecy is fulfilled, there'll still be a way to save everyone. Yeah, no shit. I forgot about I forgot about Furina. Yeah, the fact that we were literally going to get the answer out of her just through talking like normal human beings before we started the circus. Yeah. Oh!
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Bruh. Oh, honey.
Furina!
Oh, now we care. Literally left her crying up there for like 10 minutes.
I still need answers.
Aww. Kill Paimon! Hit Paimon instead! What the fuck? They actually designed a new outfit? Did she transform, or was I right about there being two?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of
I think that's still the same
bewilderment.
voice actress.
Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Bruh.
But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Bruh. I was gonna say, yeah, she's just using her Eno voice instead of the stuff she was doing for Furina. Bruh.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
It was funny. I actually really, really appreciate that. If they were gonna go this route of like her, did she transform? I couldn't tell. Like, she just kind of appeared. Did she transform, or are there literally two of them? Because like the Virgil thing makes the most sense, I'm pretty sure. But like they're also not cutting back to the other one up in her seat still.
The heavenly principles.
But like either way, I appreciate that she still has a sense of humor to her, whatever this is, like whether it's a fake or a double or what. Like I appreciate that she's still kind of a troll. She didn't just split herself into serious business and clown. Like the theatrical nature was always there to a degree.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play
This is how
the
new
hand
presidents
one
feel
is
whenever they start their
dealt.
term.
I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Oh.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Okay.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Bruh.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit.
Holy shit, I was actually
leaving
right.
behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on
Bruh.
my first day as a human being.
That was one of my guesses, like, way back in fucking, Act 3? I forget. I forget what I forget when I first suggested the Virgil theory. Oh my god.
The me you see
Bruh.
before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
I get a cookie, very pog. I was gonna say, thank God it's Nuviet asking her these questions and not Paimon. God, they did Rook and Tabata so dirty. If, like, they were capable of doing this the whole time. So she's a Jesus figure? Essentially. Especially if I'm right about what she means by fulfilling it without actually fulfilling it.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne.
I can't believe that Farina, Focalor, McGenshin Impact outplanned Jinkaria. I don't even want to... I'm putting him down there because the people demand it. But I'm sorry. I think her plan may have been better than his.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
Bruh.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Bruh.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
What? No, I'm fine. I liked being a clown for 530 years. It was great. I liked never having a single real human relationship. It was great.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Bruh. Lol, sorry, other me. Add her to the list. Add her to the Add her to the Hard Life's Anonymous meeting. Christ almighty. I came into contact with her tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. Sufficiently strong hydro sensitivity, I can form an emotional connection just like I did with the Oceanid at the Fountain of Lucine. And to think we were laughing, like, I've been saying for a while, like, her clownery was funny. Like, it was funny how much of a cringe fail she was, but, like, again, even pretty early on, you could tell that there was something beneath the surface. Like, it was very, very clearly not just her being a clown for the sake of being a clown. But dear God. Am I inside your brain? What are you doing? Why you still on the stage? You can get off now, honey. For real this time, hopefully. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. It's still not actually clear. Like, I thought that was them cutting away to her body back when Nuviet was talking to her, but I don't know. I don't know if they're literally split or not. I came here for answers. Either way, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Let me try that thing I should have done in the first place. Well, this feels appropriate. I have to walk. I have to walk up normally. It's only polite. You can't climb the stage. That'd be rude.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Wig. Off.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Bruh. There's no one here anymore.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Bruh.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
I almost wish that text wasn't there. Or, like, maybe had it playing, like the dialogue in the background instead or something. I don't know. Dear God. Bruh.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Bruh.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Whatever happened to rock and roll? A ticket? This isn't Star Rail. But I guess it may as well be.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that?
You've got the golden ticket, Lumine. Run home now.
Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish
God,
to
the
say?
pupils reversed.
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Bruh.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing.
Furina.
Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro
Nothing
Archon.
happened.
I need you to
This is
play
so
a role.
fucked up.
That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try.
This sends a very wrong message a little bit.
So, how long am I going to have to play this?
Actually idea what she was dealing with?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you,
imagine
all
feeling like there
will
is no real
eventually
you.
end in a
Literally
magnificent
every day
and
of your life.
dramatic trial, and everyone will
Imagine
be
feeling
saved.
like you have to, at all times, think about every little thing you say and do.
I'll be looking
Imagine
forward
feeling
to
like you have literally no choice but to wear a mask in some fashion or another 24/7. Can't relate. I don't get it at all, personally. I can't relate to this character at all. No siree. So the average Tuesday, there you go.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest,
Also, you know, I
don't
think we're literally kind of seeing that right now.
Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Representation in live stream. Do I need therapy? Probably.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
500 years of not being able to spill
Did
your
you hear
spaghetti.
That? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh, Fusion, you missed a lot.
Good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified
Also,
to witness
tea.
wondrous trials alongside my august self.
I really have to use the
here in
restroom.
this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts.
I hate to break in the middle of any of this,
I thought it was a
but
debut that suited
good
the
God.
atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Doctor, I feel very sad.
So that was
You
just
should
a
go see
performance.
Farina's trials. They're
How could I have
hilarious.
forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
But doctor, I am Furina.
Shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Bruh.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Thespian.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Thespian!
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
This is time resolution to a character. Stu, I don't think I think this is just recapping. Like, I don't know what you mean by resolution. Like, I don't know what the hell. I don't know where the hell she goes from here. But like, I think this is very obviously just replaying stuff that's already happened. And speaking of replaying stuff that's already happened, I'm very, very sorry to do this now because it's getting late, and I want to watch more One Piece, and I want to finish this because holy fucking shit, this is something. But I really, really have to pee, so I'm so sorry, Fiorita. You go take a break yourself. I have no idea how much is left. You thought that was after the trial? Oh no. Well, the trial's over. Last we saw, she was still up in her seat, slumped over. And then the one with the actual god power emerged, and I still don't understand it. Whatever. The one with the actual god powers emerged, and then this started. This is the Traveler getting a peek of her psyche because we have magic water power bullshit or whatever. But yeah, I don't think anyone knows how much is left. Nobody's played this yet, at least out of the usual crowd. All right, sorry, I'll stop sawing. Be right back. Seamless. Go to bed, Fiorita. You can sleep now. The accident, Fiorita. Fiorita.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides,
negotiation bounties, where it's best to donate.
These trials were the one I'm looking forward
PayPal
to
or
the
Streamlabs.
If I may be so
the link should be in the channel description somewhere.
A magnificent,
you thought we hate her, Dusk? Are you insane?
Trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
Dusk, I already love this character. Like, even from her first goddamn cutscene, when it was just funny fail clown. After what we've been witnessing, holy shit.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take
There's
what
like
I
an
said
hour
before
left.
too
Holy
seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead.
So no One Piece tonight.
Long
I'll see
have
how
you
long
stood
the
in mind to
next
meet
one
me,
is
have you
and
not?
what time it is when we're done. I'm not saying definitely not, but
I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm.
you need hate. You're not gonna
All
find hate right here now, Dusk.
Dioteria,
I'm sorry.
is it? How is your son's illness?
You will find no hate from me right now for this
And you knew
quest.
of my family too. He is doing much better now.
There's too much relatability happening.
Believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good.
Yeah, if you want hate, you have to wait for One
If this should
Piece.
happen again in the future, Please do not hesitate to come and tell me.
Because Fishman Island bad.
Going down to citizens' homes
Fuck
every
tears.
so often,
Don't
while
tell
not
me
usual
what
practice,
to do.
should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
What? The next part of
Lady
Fishman Island
Farina,
is only 45
here
minutes.
are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you
So
asked
we
to
might
take
still be
note
able to
of,
watch one.
I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Dusk, you lack critical information.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of
It's
the
all right,
gods
let him see.
after all. Still,
We're not done
their
yet.
spirit is praiseworthy.
Again, this is all just very abstract interpretations of stuff that's already happened. Let's see what happens when we get back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Go to sleep, Furina.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track.
Yep.
There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
Yeah, you can go to sleep now. That means you can stop, right?
I just
That
need
means you
to
can
keep
turn it off,
going,
right?
And everyone will be safe.
Right?
All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Now get up and do it again.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
That's the neat part. They don't.
Best to rest early today, too.
Suffering builds character. Suffering builds character. Suffering builds character.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Paimon, if she were here.
Wow, I can't believe she needed to hide her true feelings for all these years. Isn't that wild, Protect? Big dick.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Oh, honey.
It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
Oh.
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
This is fine.
So interminable.
Oh.
So lonely. Just how much longer?
That's the fountain dialogue. That's what you hear if you turn everything else down and go to the fountain. Oh, honey.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Jesus Christ. You're doing great, sweetie. Only a couple more hundred.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Of course they're gonna get to
Share
that eventually.
my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
Thank fucking God
I'm what
Paimon's
you
not
call
here.
a witness.
We're inside her head. Of course she's not here, but thank
Yes,
God.
I've heard that you
Thank
came
God they
to
did it this
Tevat
way.
from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina.
Zach got the bag
you shouldn't be
dispatch.
selfish.
I don't think I know who Zach is.
But what if
Oh,
it's
with all the
really
Trackler lines, yeah.
Farina, you've worked so hard
Yeah, Zach
for
Aguilar.
so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Suffering builds character.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had
Oh,
to be
God.
done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She
Yep.
did very
Even that.
well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became
Kinda wish he'd been
one
angry on
with
her
the
behalf, but that's a
Oratrice,
nitpick. He
taking
did at least, like,
Fontaine's
the whole way
gnosis
we
with
transitioned
me.
to that scene is because he
Yes,
mentioned he can't
it
imagine
would
what
seem
she'd been
so,
going
wouldn't
through.
it? Alas, your understanding
Like, he did at least
of this
express
device
pity. It's not the
still
same
lacks
thing, but it's
sufficient
something.
depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
This is why I haven't been judging her
You
too
have
harshly.
it. And to be more precise, not only will the
Because,
Oratrice
yeah.
take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over
I don't
these
think she
last
was playing
500
PlayStation
years
in there, guys.
has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever
Checking my
used to provide
posture.
power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then?
I was gonna
Both
say,
the
I
trial
don't, like,
and the
we
sentence.
have to fulfill the prophecy through some
Indeed.
kind of technicality.
This power, accrued
And I don't
over
think she
5
was planning to do that by
could have
executing
sustained
Fiorina.
Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the
Bruh.
Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of
She's
that
not even
divine
technically a
throne.
previous incarnation. Like
I
I
do
said,
not
I'm a little
misunderstand
I'm a
your
little
intent.
unclear about the mechanics of, like, the Fiorina thing, but, like,
Returning what's rightfully
I
yours
think
to
it's
you,
a Virgil.
of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
That's right, my plan was to make Twitter correct and finally give the people another male Archon. Via technicality.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
I can't imagine why.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
I need everybody who ever compared Edelgard to Lelouch v. Britannia to douse themselves in fire right now.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient
there
dragons
are people who
possessed.
do that, yes.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's
Wow, that's
justice.
totally crazy, guys!
And to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
If this were Honkai, we get an insert song, probably. Sure, if no one steals the God Killer, I assume it can only be used once. Okay, alright, it was a split. Thank God. I mean, obviously. I mean, they could pull a Himiko, but... I assume that the human one's still here. Oh. We very technically got our wish for another male Archon.
Nivelette, hereby declare.
But at what cost?
People of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
And now we have to go kill a whale.
What just happened? Has the
You were all
sentence
still
been
there for
carried
that?
out?
Why didn't you say
Was
anything?
that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's
I
time
don't
to
think
end
he
this.
literally
We
became
must
the new
mete out
Archon or anything, because
punishment
she,
to
like,
that
literally
beast.
abolished the concept of it, even.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
It's just that, like, the dragons
I have
were the
gained
original...
the strength sufficient to deal with it.
They were the Archons before the
Through
Archons,
certain
anyway.
means, I now have the ability to separate the
So she,
power
like,
of the
restored its
primordial
power or
sea
whatever?
from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
The Sovereigns, yeah. You powered up.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh, it is a narwhal. I always thought it was a whale. I know it has the horn, but, like, besides the horn, it always looked like a whale. Also, there's just no way to make the name all-devouring narwhal sound threatening.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
I know they're whale-like, but you know what I mean. They don't really look the same. At least in my opinion. Can I change my party? This is gonna be like a new boss. I don't think I can beat him with my under-leveled Furion and Charlotte. Bruh.
We're going to execute it?
Oh my god.
How are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient
I gotta
dragon's
bore the
power.
whale guy!
We shall look for an opening together.
Get a little chilly.
Oh, okay. He is, malleable. Is he immune to water? Nuvia was doing nothing.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Oh, right, new boss music on that note.
Settle down.
Okay, no, we can't hurt him. Oh, dear God.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Shower me with the...
Silence!
God damn it, get back down here! Oh, you're an annoying one, aren't you? I do not have the party for this. Shut up, Paimon. Iframes. Oh, wait, no, that's right, we want to go inside it.
What?
What? Can I get a moment? Can I process what I'm looking at, sir?
A moment, please.
I thought it was child for a second.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the... I have granted you my protection. Do not fear.
Okay, we can't game
Seize
over.
the
We can't game
moment
over.
to use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Suddenly dubstep. Jesus Christ.
Settle down.
Hold that pose.
Sounds like a mecha plot point. This is something. I can barely even stop to comprehend what is even happening. Protection, my ass! You lied to me!
Bow your head.
The mole people have acquired a whale! Phase 2? What the fuck? The fuck? The fuck? What? Excuse me? What?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but...
Who?
Oh well.
Purple Durandal? Who?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
What? Fuck is this anime nonsense? Get the fuck out of here. Who?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at
Child
some
was
point,
already a jobber.
But they
It's
bumped
fine.
into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Got spoiled for this on Twitter. Who in the fuck? Is this his teacher? Why is she dressed like that? If this is his fucking disciple from like when he fell into the abyss, I expected her to be like, you know, older and have some kind of gravitas behind her. She looks like a rejected Honkai Impact design.
That power.
Excuse
Who
me.
are you exactly?
She also looks like doo-doo. A little.
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Yeah, once again, you can't blame me for thinking that she would be more, dignified?
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
This design is not great, yeah, for what she's supposed to be. It makes sense with her attitude, granted. Her Japanese VA actually is doo-doo, that's funny.
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would have a pet abyss narwhal?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
This is such a bizarre, random plot point to drop now in the midst of all the, like, actual character drama that's been happening.
Miss Skirk?
I don't think I'm a fan.
Missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet, almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
That's a dumb name.
Huh?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
No.
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Wait, what? These can't all be the same thing. That's fucking Albedo's mom.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
I hate that you phrased it the same way I did, Paimon. Fuck off, get out of my brain right now.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Was she that we were talking about? No, we've never met her. We've literally only heard about her.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, we knew this was gonna
Not
happen.
to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Yeah, go back to that, please. I'm not a
In the
fan
end,
of that.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Oh.
And only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Well, you know.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Big endgame character energy. That's what, like, I'm not a fan of how they went about that. Like, I get needing to establish stuff like that, but... Thank God we can all swim! Apparently.
Hey! Help! Over here!
So it's like pro-mare, but with fire, but with water instead of fire. So then it's localized on one continent. Bruh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Risley's the goat.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
I feel like we probably should have, you know, boarded people on this beforehand, but whatever.
Hurry!
This is not gonna be enough. There are a lot of people in this city.
Lend a hand!
I was gonna say also, it's not, yeah, I'm even more impressed than I thought. It's a fucking airship, not a boat. I still would've went scuba diving. Ocean water fucking sucks,
The water's
right?
receding!
I was gonna say, this is also all for naught because I assume, like I said, the fucking ending of Pro Mare. Just a temporary washing. I mean, some people still probably drowned in that short time period, but hey. It would not recede that fast. Come on. Shut the fuck up. That's not how that works. Genshin making Transformers Prime science unbelievable by comparison. Oh.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Beautiful music. I was gonna say I'm confused about why people didn't dissolve now. Was it because Nuviat caused the flood?
The soil renewed. The Spina Sula tax post.
Like, was it regular water and not the primordial stuff?
I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Sula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Shut the fuck up, Paimon!
To new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving.
Or he sterilized it? Yeah, no, if he had his full power back, he could have done something like that too. That's true.
Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out
Gabe,
to be
you cannot cut to shit that good and then cut to Paimon clunkily expositing.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to
You
call
can't.
the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to
You don't
classify
run your
him and
pony
his
show
team.
this way. Check my posture.
Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real
Kind of funny
big
during that fight.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups.
Shower me with praise.
We'll
Shut
publish
up.
further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Man, it's so sad that half the population drowned to death, mostly children who didn't know how to swim anyway. Who wants cookies?
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while
Terrible.
Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are the plants still there? Like, right? Like, yeah, like, even with it only being temporary, like,
Oh,
there's...
this time will be different.
Should have been more significant
Let's head to
damage.
Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Furina's just out of a job now? Yeah, like, everybody knows she's a fake. Bruh. Yeah, like, I don't know where the hell she goes from here. Furina's newest venture, preschool.
Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Don't sound so endeared by that.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
It's Shingar,
We've lost a lot of
yeah,
people,
he's here.
but we're moving
He came
forward.
to compliment Furina /
That will have to be
Focalor on her
enough.
plan.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
I don't like the way you said that.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How
Yes,
are things?
you're here too?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorant?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came
I
here
was
to
gonna
help
say
me
the
out.
Furina icon.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me.
I don't like
Or
how
of the
fast
traveler.
we moved on
It's
from
better
all
than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Smile! Get the fuck out of here, Paimon.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
I hate you.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture.
Pig hair looks like an
All right,
AI was
hang on
told to
minute.
make a
Let me
Genshin
snap a
character.
few more shots.
Be nice. Charlotte's fine.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key.
Same, Furina.
Also, not to brag,
Same.
but I'm pretty good at building connections.
She went
Who
from
knows?
imposter
I might eventually
syndrome
get
to
that
fear of
interview with
facing
you
the mortal
after all, Miss
coil.
Clorand.
God.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
She immediately feels her
I'll
body
hazard a
dying.
guess that this is how
once
you
the
got that
immortality
interview
is
at the
lost.
Fortress of Meripede.
Like that scene from Last Unicorn.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess.
It's not
too.
a lame ending
I
necessarily,
asked
but like it
Sijuin,
was
who told
very
Monsieur Nervillette,
abrupt
and he
for
told you,
everything that
right?
was happening. The Skirk bullshit was kind of dumb.
Very complete information chain.
And
In
I
truth,
like all these
Monsieur
characters. Like the
Nervillette
Fontaine
asked me
cast is
was,
great, but like
when did the fortress become so friendly
I would like to
towards
go
the
talk to
media?
Furina, please.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's
I
no
would like
guarantee that
to
Wriothesley will make a
get
personal
more thoughts from
appearance.
Nuviet.
You're right. I've got to treasure every
She
moment
did literally
I have with
nothing.
them.
She
In
showed
which
up,
case,
acted
I'll be making a
smug
move
because
first.
she knew information we didn't, and
Stay
then
safe
yeeted
now.
out.
And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Not a fan.
I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Tea! Sorry.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Wriothesley. I still remember going down
Just
to
like the
the
Space
fortress
China
to
girl,
grill him
pretty
for
much. I was gonna
information
say,
on
yeah,
my
she
father's
looks like
case.
doo-doo.
Boy, did he take
She
me
looks
for
like
a
purple doo-doo,
ride.
but like
Without
attitude-wise, she
telling me
reminds me of
anything,
Xing Liu.
course.
And I ain't
But he
here
did
for
invite
it.
you to tea, didn't he?
Stretch out the
2
hate.
large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is
polite
very
about
good.
it.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
These bitches
Well,
gay.
I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
Chocolate?
Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
Oh yeah, she was a little
That
bit better
works great for me.
acted than Xing Liu was as well.
Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Why are you looking at her lips that closely?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Oh my. Yeah, I already know about the unknown god, and I was already informed about her actually being doo-doo. So I assume it is intentional. Oh no. Oh no, not this place again! Please, sir, it's so hard to tell which level's which. Eh.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Child, right
It's an
now!
honor to finally meet the much rumored
Yeeted him
Duke.
back through the portal.
Thank
Like,
you for
what
consenting to my
purpose?
visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
God, I apologize in advance. At the rate we're going, we're probably not getting to One Piece. I don't know how long this this epilogue is, but it seems like they're taking their sweet time.
Nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say things like that.
We just saved an
But
entire
it looks like
country
dear
from an
Mr. Jurier
ancient
denies it.
500-plus-year-old
Might this interview
prophecy
be
about
very
all of our
important to you,
people
then?
evaporating the
No,
primordial
I
ooze.
just- This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to
Like
the
this,
Steambird
this is
for...
just a little too mundane of an epilogue.
I might not look it, but I actually
Between the scope of what of the
And I'll be
crisis we
honest,
averted
I enjoyed chatting
and
with you
all of
more.
the personal
You've
drama
definitely
with
got more of
Irina
a
and
genius
Nuvia.
vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case,
Seems like there's
could I
another
have an
half hour
interview
if that
with you
body
to make
count
up
is
for that
accurate.
loss?
Hopefully. Hopefully that's all. But yeah, definitely no One Piece.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid.
This was a long-ass
Best you
Archon
interview our
quest.
head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of
This was the
couple of
longest single
researchers?
act yet, not
Did
even
you
close.
really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Charlotte did just
Is my
imply
hair
that the
messed
Old
up?
Testament
Please,
exists.
someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh,
So what's
seems
tomorrow?
like everyone's
Fiorina has a
here.
quest.
Would any of you like to try this new drink?
I don't know
came
what the hell
up
it's gonna
with?
be, because the game's not focusing on her
Caesar.
right now for some dumb reason.
Hey,
But
Miss Charlotte,
Fiorina has a character
why
quest
don't
of her
you,
own.
Take some pretty photos
So we'll
of our
probably
head
just do
nurse.
that tomorrow and nothing else, and then
sure.
maybe we can finish
Over this
Fishman
way.
Island.
Let's find a brighter spot.
Assuming her quest isn't also 6 hours.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Again, I don't think one's ever taken this long. Like, I can't
Same old,
fact
same
check
old,
that
as you
right
can
now.
see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is
But
still
like,
more or less the
as
same.
far as I can tell, this is the
Other
longest
than that
single act
flying
we've ever
ship,
had.
It got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lorvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
Oh, the
I'll tell them that there's
child's
good news
gang that
and
he
bad
made in
news.
fucking prison.
The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be?
Since you had an escapee,
The
does that
fortress
mean you
will
have
keep
to
chugging
resign as
along,
warden?
And so will my duties.
And your
As to what
Starscream
Miss
second in
Farina's
command becomes
departure
the new
will mean
warden?
for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation.
Magellan walks
Come on,
out of the
Traveler,
bathroom.
let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who
Yeah, I was gonna
knows?
say,
I might
one
write a story about
escapee
the
compared to
underwater factory
500.
next time. Until then.
Probably not as much to sweat over, but hey, you never know.
All right, last stop, the docks.
It was a pretty big one. Oh, come on. Dude, if it's down there, no, I'm not waiting for the elevator. Whee! JK. So who was the guy who escaped? Some guy named Marshall Teach. Probably nothing to worry about. Yeah, no.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the
How
whole
long
time
has
since.
it been?
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Time is a concept.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave
Meanwhile, his
underwater
dress is
escape magic
underwater.
to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
I guess that's the setup for her becoming playable, assuming that is a real thing that's gonna happen.
What's she doing now?
I still don't trust her.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervilette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Bruh. Is this the stupidest way they've obtained one of these yet? Like, I get it. She was, like, as far as we can tell, nothing but altruistic and genuine about wanting to help us. But still. Dear God. We didn't even try.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord
Didn't
Child,
even have to
or as thanks
ask.
for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Venti and Zhongli. Well, Venti's was stolen.
But this is a gnosis we're
Venti got
talking
fucking
about.
sucker punched and it just got taken.
I would agree.
Zhongli
but I've
traded
also heard
his,
that
and it was arguably a kind of
it
stupid
seems
trade,
that Mr.
but like at least
Nervulent
he
has had a
negotiated.
significant change of heart regarding the matter.
You're good, Fusion. Understandable.
So there's some reason for this that only Nerva
3 years ago,
knows
dear
about?
God, this game's been out that
I
long. Holy
suspect
shit.
you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Yeah, I gave it again. Why? That's a good question. I forget.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
Yeah, I think I may have given it away for pretty stupid reasons too.
So
Given
shocked
how,
by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh, hello. You're still in town.
Father.
Yeah, Nahida was the only one.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to
who
see
really
how
put
my
up a
children
fight
are doing and meet the
and got something
traveler
good in
by
exchange for it.
Please do not pay my accomplishments.
She
in
really
Fontaine
said, "Kill
too much
yourselves."
mind. I would have done them regardless.
Oh, Stu, this your first time seeing her?
Take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Are you even staying in the Fatui after you do
Well,
that?
that
What's your
depends on
plan?
many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely
Does
on
this
it
girl wear
forever?
heels asking for her friends? I can't tell from this angle. Maybe.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, you want to? Oh yeah. That's the other reason I was so surprised he got yeeted out, because like I thought we would have a moment. I thought we would have a moment where we gave him his thing back.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Gungaga.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like
Oh,
about
yeah, she
our
got
dear
heels.
magicians and our upcoming
Not that I
rookie
didn't believe
talent.
Fusion, but like I see them now. She
The
got them
sea
heels.
breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Cruella Deville.
Farewell.
I don't believe anybody's made that
Farewell,
comparison yet,
Father.
but yeah.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Yeah, he's like the actual... He... What is Fiorina gonna do? Literally, what is she even gonna do? She can't get a real job? She gonna actually join the circus? You gotta go back to preschool? Oh... Maybe we can watch our demo. I don't know about tonight with how long this is already going, but maybe tomorrow. Like, but either before or after we do her her story quest, sure. Hire? What? Is he outside? I figured he'd be in his office. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be 1 o'clock at the rate we're going. Ah! Stop that! Stop that! Oh god. Oh god. Okay, Fiorina, stay calm, stay calm. You have enough, Don't fall. Okay. Jesus. Fucking trap me in a cutscene like that. How dare you? Has she not suffered enough? Oh god. Almost fell into the abyss.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time.
Rise has been not
just
since we were inside the
reaching
war.
out to you to set up a meeting.
I think
so
I
may
revived
explain
him.
some things that I haven't had the time to
I think I revived him before the boss that fight ended.
Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Please explain.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw the sad clown's half.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
Thank you for spelling it out for the babies in the audience, Paimon. I hate you.
Fontanians from dissolving.
For
That's the part I was
authority
asking
of
about.
the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Oh.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water.
He's
from
just
the
that
primordial
powerful
sea.
enough now that he can do that. Outstanding.
Counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of
Oh yeah, that's right, Fusion. You missed some of it. Yeah.
managed to fulfill the original
Yeah, the whole
Hydro
reason
Archon's
the whole reason people from Fontaine turn into those when they're when they come in contact with the water is that they were originally created from it.
It seems from your
People from
expressions that you
Fontaine
still
aren't
have
real.
more things you wish to ask. Ask away.
Or at least
I will
originally
tell you the
were.
truth as I know it.
Oh, is it time for this segment? The segment where we get a bunch of answers before we go on our way, and you foreshadow the next area or whatever. About Child's verdict, I have to assume, I don't know. Like, if she was inside, I don't know if she was directly making decisions or not, but whatever, they'll tell
I
us.
have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young.
I assume that's
There,
why.
by
I assume, like, he was
chance,
declared
he
guilty by
awakened the
technicality.
all-devouring narwhal.
Because of
But
his
whether it
corruption
be
from
by
the abyss.
sentiment or reason, that should
Yeah,
not
it
have
does
been enough
probably
to
not.
consider
It's
him
almost
the
1
root
o'clock
cause of the
already.
disaster. At most, he would have had 10
This went a
gentle
lot longer than
liability.
I thought it would.
As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Yeah, either way.
had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question.
I hate
Back when
you.
Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water.
I
Do you
was
recall
curious
how
about that.
Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that
That
such
is a good
prayers
question.
were no
I was
mere
curious
custom,
about that.
but instead a form of ritual.
Bruh!
Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
So unless the people in this city literally prayed to God, they would not actually ever conceive kids. Bruh.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
That's fucked.
Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the future!
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina
Yeah, what does that
already
mean? Where would she go?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither
Are we really
saddened
not gonna
nor
find
comforted.
out any more, like,
She simply
epilogue
said
for
that
her
she
until her
was tired
quest?
and needed to rest.
Gee. I can't imagine why.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
Bruh.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
Besides my
You need
teapot.
not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal.
Gee, you
But now
think?
that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
You still have sex with population die out really fast. I assume so. I assume that they could just keep doing that, but like no matter what they did, they would not actually be able to conceive unless they prayed at the fountain. Why'd you do it?
They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Why did you do it?
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, and we might as well accede to their request.
God,
now.
with what she
Avoid
did, would the
unnecessary
Gnosis
conflict.
even fucking do anything?
What complicated considerations?
Like, I don't know if the concept of the Hydro Archon doesn't even exist now, basically.
As an apology to child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Like, would the Cerise even be able to use the Gnosis for whatever the fuck they're planning? About Natlin.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
In a year, yes.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide.
Maybe they just need Gnosis
So
itself,
all I can do
guess.
is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
Are the dragons
You mean
hot like you? I mean, what?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into
And it's the nation of
ring
fire?
war.
Sounds like a real tough customer.
Oh, yeah!
Look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I forgot. That's where we established that before. That's where he's hanging out. Guys, less than a year, we're gonna get to meet Capitano. We're gonna get to meet Gundam Tanaka.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself
He better
before
fucking be
going
playable,
to
I swear to
Natlan.
God.
In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
I don't even care how they justify it. Just give me it.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
This Fontaine broke a lot of trends in a lot of ways, and pretty much all of them were good. One that I don't necessarily think was inherently good, but like definitely something unexpected and kind of strange. No XPs. None whatsoever. Unless you count Risley having a very similar design to Sampo from Star Rail. And even that's, I think, is just kind of same-face syndrome. Like, yeah, no, as far as I could tell, Fiorina's not based on anybody. And Nuviet looks vaguely like Siegfried. And maybe that was intentional, but like in early leaks, he was described as looking like Siegfried. We did get Skirk. We did also get Skirk, I guess, but like she's not in a position of power for this country. Like thus far, the trend was like an XP in like a high position of power in every country. Venti, Wendy, Zhongli, allegedly Welt. I still think that one's kind of a stretch, so maybe it's not the first time. I don't know. Raiden, duh, Nahida, Teresa. But here, yeah, no, I got nothing. I got no more questions either.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp.
Is it that you
So
realized
regarding
they
this
wouldn't be able to do
specific
anything with
issue,
it?
I was just getting ready to share something with you.
Uh-huh.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
You think it's good that there's none? Helps to keep it from being separate from poaching Honkai designs? I agree. Yeah, no, like I fucking adore Fiorina, so like I don't care that she's not connected to anybody. It was kind of a neat touch, and like definitely made for some funny comparisons if you'd also played Honkai, but like it was never necessary. What did she tell you? It's not what I was thinking if it's something she told you. What other topics was she smug about?
Outside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
Keep your pimp hand strong.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Yeah, like...
Of course. How could I forget?
Yeah, I don't know, like, what the complaint specifically about this design would be, but, like, God, I wish she were. Yeah, she's so short. Exactly, right? She's very short. Like, I wish that she had been like a more clear like adult model woman, and I wish that maybe her clothing had been a little bit like grander in some way. Like, again, she looks like a Honkai Impact 3rd design, and that's not inherently bad. Obviously, it works for that game, but like, nothing about this design screams, I'm a hardened, badass soldier who's been trapped in the hell world for decades or whatever. However long she was in there before child met her.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person.
Like,
yes.
she looks like a kid cosplaying, quite frankly.
I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
Why is that what it is?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
My disciple, who's taller than me.
That's what she told me.
You
Whether
appreciate
it would
the
prove
limbs?
useful or not.
I do appreciate the
wanted
freaky
to pass
limbs,
that information on to you.
Yeah, same, Hum.
The remains of the third descender?
Like, all of the gnosises are made from the corpse of this person? How in the hell did that work?
So that's what the gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Yeah, I'm very confused about what the fuck that means in the grander scheme of things.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
Yeah, we're number 4. I don't know that Celestia is necessarily one, or the Divine Principles, or whatever you want to call Nakiana.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Unless I missed something or misunderstanding something, I believe the only things we know for sure about that plot point is that Traveler is number 4, and our sibling is not one of them. Whatever the hell that means. Descender, she mentioned one of them. I'm the 4th, that's literally all I know. Night-night, Zilch, have a good one. The Gnosis are related to the Descenders, and the one who came before me has already died. Is that something we knew? I don't remember that being established, but apparently that's something we knew.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Oh my. Shut up, Paimon!
To use elemental powers without a vision! That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
I'd say so.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
Let's not think about the stuff that's actually interesting. Paimon, I hate you.
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all? That's that's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
Paimon, I'm gonna strangle you while the jury turns a blind eye one day.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
It's fine, he's in my teapot. We'll hold hands there, where Paimon's not fucking around.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information
I mean, I could put Paimon
lacking.
in my teapot, but
The
why
same is
would
true
I?
of being at court.
It's my one respite.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Until the interlude quest in like 6 months or something, probably.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts
Also, if
were
you're,
for this
I
moment
guess
as well.
Rihanna's I cannot believe, I cannot believe any kind of denouement to her is worried to. By the way, afterwards she did this, and to I guess her story quest. Like, I mean, of course they expect you to do it right afterwards. Most people would, but like, nonetheless, dear God, they're doing my girl dirty right now.
She sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Who can understand it? And this is where Ends info finally
I
comes
suspect
in.
not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops.
That was beautiful. More cases of misinformation, meaning they either A, intend to bring this misfortune to full magnitude with all the pieces, or B, are unaware of the actual reasoning behind it and bite themselves in the ass. Like, obviously, the greater threat is going to turn out to be the Heavenly Principles or Celestia, or whatever you want to call it. Like, obviously, like, that's going to be where it's going. Like, one way or another, the Fatui are going to be revealed to, like, ultimately have not good motives, but like for a greater cause, definitely, and just be very nefarious in their means of accomplishing it, and recruiting people like Dottore, which, no bueno.
Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Did Arlecchino get a title card? I believe so, yeah. I'd have to watch the footage back because it's been a while, but I think she got one when she first showed up. Yep. There I am. God. Oh, my poor girl. What happened to Water Girl? Well, tune in tomorrow to find out. I guess it's not like she was the crux of that entire climax or anything. Why would we want to follow up with her in that? We want to wait. We want to wait and see the conclusion in her story quest, right? Dear. All right, outside of you just repeat the same thing, right?
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I'm good. I was just curious.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan.
At least wait a year.
Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Oh, I ain't leaving here. Don't worry. This is the best region in the game. Not. So yeah. Lack of Furina, frustrating, but I'm sure it'll probably be resolved in her character quest. Random skirk jump scare. Kinda strange. Us not actually getting to kill the fucking people-devouring narwhal. Kinda lame. A little bit of stumbling blocks at the end, but dear God, I've said it before, I'll say it 1,000 times. Priority number one, with me, always gonna be the characters, and dear God, this girl, this girl, that is all. Genshin good?
Are a must for the well-mannered.
When she's not doing that. Not the time, honey. Time and place. But yeah, Genshin very good right now. This is the best the game has ever been, and it's not even close. But again, actual writing Like, actual clear setup and payoff for things, actual character development, characters having actual feelings, minimal NPC interaction instead of relying on the people we give a shit about after spending a decent amount of time getting to know them. Fucking dear God. Was not prepared for this. Was also not prepared for this to be going until 1 o'clock in the morning, but whatever. This was some good shit. Weird to think, despite being more a body double / avatar than anything else, she's technically done more for the people than Liu and Inazuma. I don't know what kind of meme you could make out of it, but I would love to see that that chart, that meme chart of like all the different archons like protecting or being inflicted upon or whatever you want to put it by their own countries. Like that soldier meme. Raiden being the soldier and also being the one to rain down the weapons on the sleeping people. I don't know how you could equate any of this to Furina, but dear God. Yeah, no, she put in work. Go fuck yourself, Pipe. I am so glad they kept her out of that sequence. I am so glad that sequence of watching what she'd been through was in our head, where Paimon can't hurt us. Because, dear God, was it a lot more powerful because of it. Woo! But alright. I probably have more thoughts, but like I said, like the most upsetting thing is the lack of conclusion for Furina, and we'll probably get that tomorrow. Sorry we couldn't get it tonight! Can you believe at one point yesterday we thought that there was a point? We thought that there was a possibility that I'd be able to do this and Furina's quest in one night? Man, that's just crazy. At some point, they just remove Paimon. Dear God. If only. Paimon continues to be the... There has to be some kind of mathematical formula or Venn diagram fucking thing where you can, like, correlate, like, quality of the game versus screen time of Paimon. And just the fact that it skyrockets every time she's not around, or at least not around in any significant capacity. It is a feat, let me tell you. Dear God. Alright. It's late. Sorry again that we don't get to see more of the greatest One Piece villain ever, Horny Jones, but like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. Do Furina's quest. Hopefully it's at least slightly less long than this. And if it is on the shorter side, then maybe we'll be able to just finish One Piece outright. Or we'll finish Fishman Island outright. One Piece, implying One Piece is ever going to be finished. That's funny. That's funny, me. Alright. Thank you all very, very much for joining me. Special thanks to Fusion, Ninja, Go-Kart tier patrons, Vroom Vroom. If you want to help support me kinning Furina, because that's going to be a thing now, check out links in the description. Love you guys. Nighty-night.